Recreation Department letting us use the youth center. We're going to have one morning a week, 10 to 2 on Fridays. They're going to be servicing the library patrons. So there'll be a checkout and delivery. Story time will continue at 11. She's done a great job at building up the branch and having lots of clubs and activities and making it a real community center. And so it was hard on everybody. So we're making adjustments for the book club once a month. They have a crochet club every week that makes things for the community. And also the bookmobile, we get to have the bookmobile there twice a month, we hope it's starting February 17th. And they'll be coming from 11 to 2, so patrons can check things out. We can deliver items while the story time's going on. And one more thing, we're opening Twain Harte branch 1 hour early. Instead of being open from 1 to 5, it'll be open from 12 to 5, Tuesday through Thursday, because a lot of the people are going up to Twain Harte now. So I just wanted to report. We're not sure when the repairs will be done. We're working with the facilities department on that, weather depending. So we're really thankful that we can keep the service going to some degree.
While we sell a distance.
Yes.
That's all right.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm a member of the public, and I could use some assistance or some guidance. For over 2 years now, I have tried to get the fire marshal to come to the County Board of Education. Their conference room does not have an occupancy number. So there became an issue one time when there had a lot of people come to a meeting, and there were 40-some people out in the hallway because they couldn't participate in the meeting. So that becomes a semi-closed meeting, so you know I'm going to get on my soapbox about that. So I contacted the Sonora Fire Department, and Captain Rhodes brought his little truck and his little people over, and he said, oh my God, this is a lot of people. So he didn't want to shut down the meeting because they were almost done anyway. But he said that they would look into that. So then I was looking at, he gave me the fire codes and all that stuff. And it turns out that that's not in the jurisdiction of the city because it's the county building. So I came to the county, and I believe it was Steve Gregory I spoke to. Then about 6 months later, I never heard anything. And so I confronted him again, and I got these kind of excuses. So now there's apparently, he doesn't want to go over there because he says it's a state building. So then Amy New from Sonora Fire Department said, well, maybe I should do it because we would be the first responders. But it's the job of the fire marshal. So my understanding is the county fire department head is the fire marshal. And I checked with the people over at the County Board of Education, and it's not a state building, it's a county building, and I believe that you all own it, and they lease it from you, right? It's a county building and the County Board of Education. So I would like the fire marshal to go over and put an occupancy number in that conference room. What can I do to make that happen? Because it's been like 2.5 years now.
And so before we get into a debate about this issue,
Uh-huh.
since this is public comment, I'm
Right.
going to say there are some gentlemen in the back row that I think could have a conversation with you.
Okay.
And,
And
Okay.
one right behind you.
All right. Okay.
Please call me, we'll fix it.
Okay. Thank you.
thank you.
Good rainy morning to all of you. My name is Suzanne Greenwood. I'm with the local Child Care Planning Council and ISIS, Infant Child Enrichment Services. I'm here for one of my little regular updates to you. We are in the process of doing an annual mandate that we have from the state called the Priority Report, and some of you will remember that every year I need to compile a data report that determines how many state-subsidized childcare slots there are for the county. That's places like the state preschools, the College Child Development Center, those kinds of places that have subsidized slots. And then we determine how many children are still waiting on wait lists that cannot get into those programs. And so there's a great need in our county for those kinds of things, that for those parents that are trying to work, trying to get themselves ahead and get self-sufficient, and there just are not enough subsidized slots for that, for those parents who are working and just cannot afford to pay full-time childcare. It's now over $700 a month to pay for full-time childcare for a child in childcare. So that's pretty tough, even for middle-income people. And I will also let you know, so back to the priority report, I just wanted to let you know that is something that's a public process. As you know, our meetings are always open to the public. If you have any comments or questions about that report, please let me know, either email or phone, or you can come to any of our meetings. I send all the information to Alicia on a monthly basis. So I just wanted to let you know that that is something that is important to our community. And we are part of the California Child Care Resource and Referral Network. Every year we go to something called the Day in the Capitol, and my director and manager are going to that this week in Sacramento to speak along with other representatives in our state about some of these budget concerns that we have in terms of supporting families across our state and in counties like ours that are still struggling to make up for some of those losses. The reimbursement rates are based on median income levels over 10 years old. And so those are some things that they're trying to get the state to work with. So that's just what I wanted to let you. Did you have a question, Commissioner?
Yes. Your organization does lobbying and does try to get the state to understand, what can we do to help with the process?
Oh, thank you for asking. You can write letters. You can call our legislators, our assemblymen. We have Senator Berryhill and Assemblyman Bigelow who do listen to their constituents. Yes, we would love to have you write or call or send your statements along with us when we go to the Capitol. I probably could think of other things, but off the top of my head, that's what I'd say. And I appreciate you asking that, because they do need to hear from our community leaders as well. So thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
And for the public's
Supervisor.
benefit, can you tell them when your meetings are held and where?
Yes, thank you. We usually meet on the second Tuesday of the month. We don't meet in July and August, but second Tuesday of the month from 3 to 4:30 at the County Superintendent of Schools office. So, and again, I'll make sure that, I know Alicia sends those. You guys get a lot of information, but would very much appreciate your coming to those or just sending your comments or questions that I can share with the rest of the group if you don't have time to come. But we very much appreciate your input and feedback on those things. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Hello, my name is Robert Carabas. I ran for the 5th Assembly District against Frank Bigelow in the last election. The issue I would like to talk about is the selection of individuals to your various commissions and committees within the county. My sense is that what's happening is that as a very conservative board, you've proven to select very conservative thinkers. And the problem with doing that is that you're not getting a broad enough range of thought. For an example, on the Planning Commission, it's likely that we're going to lose Latore, who I believe is a person who is very open-minded and capable of carrying a broader range of thought
And so
in terms of the
I'm
development
gonna,
of the community.
that is on our printed agenda, and so if you'd like to address us when that comes up, I'd love to hear.
Okay, but I would like to speak to the issue of selection of various individuals for the various positions within the district. I think that we should be concerned with having a broader outlook on the community as a whole. And I think that what we have right now is we have a fairly limited way of looking at projects that come before the community. As a result, we have a number of lawsuits that are filed almost immediately on any project that's done, rather than getting community input early on in the project. So I would urge you to consider a broader range of thinkers on problems that we have in the community, so that those thinkers can help you come up with projects that make sense for all of us. That's pretty much the breadth of my
Thank you.
statement.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, citizens of Tuolumne County, my name is Randy Hanvelt. I here as a citizen. I support the arts and I support our kids. Tonight is the 9th annual Poetry Out Loud competition. It'll be held at the Fallon House. Competition starts at 6:30. There's a social fundraising hour before that. I think it's an ice cream social. But this is a very successful program for our aspiring teenage young men and women from high school to participate in this poetry competition. We've had a young man named Jonathan Bermia, won twice, went to the state. He came out third in the state. Most recently, we had Levi Lowe, who went to the state, won the state, and went to the nationals. If you haven't experienced this, I strongly suggest you go and support our kids and come away with a new experience. This is really an encouraging thing. You read about the bad things that happen in the newspaper. This is a really good thing happening, and I credit the Arts Council for making this happen. So I encourage you to attend tonight, 6:30 at the Fallon House.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right, will the clerk please read the consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held on January 12th, 13th, and 17th, 2017, finding that a summary of ordinance number 3306 through 3308 were published. Approving correspondence delegating signature authority to Michelle McMaster to sign the veterans-related documents while recruiting for a veteran service officer. Number 4 has been pulled off the agenda. Number 5 is approving the agreement to transfer ownership of law enforcement canine justice to Sergeant Shailene Graziosi, authorizing the chair to sign, Approving the revised bylaws of the Tuolumne County Local Child Care and Development Planning Council regarding alternates. Approving the reappointment of Aaron Grandolfo, Bruno, and Christina Herrera as alternates, and appointing Tiffany Flees and Marsha Williams as alternates to the Tuolumne County Local Child Care and Development Planning Council, and accepting the resignation of John LaTorre from the Tuolumne County Planning Commission District 5 representative, and directing the clerk to post a notice of vacancy and send a letter of appreciation.
Are there any items the board would like pulled?
Madam Chairman, for the record, item 4 we'd like to pull from the agenda and continue it for a future time. Our county council and the Mother-Lode Job Training leadership is looking at a more comprehensive approach to the documents that support that. So we'll bring it back at a future date.
Madam Chairman, just a clarification on the agenda. Item 8 as read, it is District 3, not District 5.
All right. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar?
I'm sorry, item 8, I didn't realize that was on the consent calendar. I did want to pull that just to make a comment.
All right, thank you. Pulling item 8, do I have a motion on the remainder?
I'll move acceptance of the consent calendar with item 4 pulled and item 8 pulled.
A second?
Second.
A motion by Supervisor Hanfeld, second by Supervisor Royce. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Will the clerk please read item 8?
This is consideration of accepting the resignation of John LaTorre from the Tuolumne County Planning Commission District 3 representative, and directing the clerk to send a letter of appreciation and post a notice of vacancy.
Sure.
Supervisor Royce.
Yeah, thank you. So I wanted to pull this item to acknowledge a couple of things and make a couple points about this. The first thing is that John LaTorre, he didn't necessarily resign from this, and I wanted to be fair about that. John LaTorre moved from District 3 into Sonora, and he sent me a letter inquiring if that was okay. I inquired with County Council about that, and it is okay. He does not have to resign, but this is my district and my appointment, and in the process of reviewing all of the area planning commissions at the time, we studied this, and I feel very strongly that the representation of the Planning Commission has district representation. there's a different viewpoint that I think is taken when you represent the county at that level, and it's my prerogative to have somebody that lives within my district that will specifically represent that. That being said, John Latore has been a fantastic planning commissioner. He's done an outstanding job, very pragmatic, logical, sensible, thoughtful, thorough planning commissioner. And his years of service have been greatly, greatly appreciated. He will not be missed. And I would actually like to encourage him to apply for the Planning Commission as either area planning commissioner for the total county area or something of that nature. But the representation is very important to me. It's a fundamental thing in the way that the structure is put in place, and I just wanted to be clear about that. Carol sent me a message about it and feels very strongly, and I appreciate her points. John has been a wonderful planning commissioner, but it's just a fundamental thing that's important to me. That's how the decision is derived. So,
Thank you. Is there any public comment?
Well, I appreciate Mr. Royce commenting, even at this late moment. I know you said you tried to call me. So, John Latore didn't resign. His letter was a letter of inquiry. That was all that was in the packet. From an email I got from John today, you didn't even have the courtesy or respect to even talk to him and tell him that you felt this way. So his term didn't expire until 2019, and he lived in Tuolumne for, 19, 20 years or even longer. So I thought your behavior was kind of cowardly, that you couldn't even call and talk to him about this. And I really don't see any difficulty with him finishing out his term. So he's one of the very few people currently on the Tuolumne County Planning Commission that is well respected. There are a lot of them that aren't very well respected at all. So I really object to this, and I think I understand how you feel, but I think he should be allowed to finish out his term. Although personally, I'd prefer that he become the District 1 appointed rep, because I'm really sorry to see him leave the Tuolumne Planning Commission, and to do so in a really tacky manner I thought was unconscionable. So thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Question for County Council. You read the letter. Is the letter of resignation? If it's not considered a letter of resignation, if he withdraw it, would he still be able to?
He is appointed for a term, and it was my understanding that Supervisor Royce spoke with him. I wasn't part of that conversation, so I don't know if he's formally resigned.
Okay. I was just referring to the letter that was.
The way I read the letter, because I did receive it, is that if Evan wanted John to resign, that he was willing to resign. That's how I interpreted the letter.
Okay.
and just to be clear, I would like to apologize to John for not reaching out to him. This happened faster than I intended. When he forwarded that to me, I forwarded that to Sarah, and that's how I interpret it as well. Like I said, I feel the planning commissioner should represent a district. There's a different way of looking at things, and we're responsible to look at things as supervisors in that way as well. We look at things from the perspective of our district. We look at things from the perspective of the county as a whole. And I want representation for District 3, for my district, on the Planning Commission. That's important to me. Yeah, I don't mean for this to be a contentious thing, and I don't want it to reflect in any way on my view of John, because, like I said, I think John's done a wonderful job, but
Madam Chairman, could I weigh in on this?
Excuse me?
Could I weigh in on this?
Yes.
Planning Commission is a really tough job. It requires a lot more time than I think most people realize, and it takes a lot of homework to make it happen and do it right. When I first became supervisor, there was an opening for District 2. I had a very difficult time finding someone to take that job. People come to me and they said, I'd be willing to do that. I said, then go to one or two planning commission meetings. I want you to know what it's like, and come back and tell me you really want to do this job, and then we'll talk. 6 people went to those meetings. Some of them went to 2 and 3 before they came back and said, that's more than I want to take on. It's a big job. I found a young man. He did a remarkable job, but then he left the county. And then I struggled again. And my delegate to the Planning Commission does not live in District 2. Lives pretty doggone close. You could almost throw a stone from his place into District 2. He lives in near Draper Mine Road in 108. And he's done a good job. But he was willing to do it. He lived close enough. He understood the values. We need to find good people willing to put in the homework. And I encourage people who are interested in these jobs to go find out what it really is. It's not a placeholder job. You don't just take these jobs in name only. You got work to do. And I think our CRA people would tell you they depend on you to do those jobs as well. And we do. We take a lot of value in the input that comes from the Planning Commission. So this is not an easy job, and it's not an easy task, and I understand Supervisor Royce's concerns, and I think he's right. It is nice, particularly when you're in the outlying districts, find somebody that understands the issues and lives there and owns them, because you swiftly own other issues. So thank you very much.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
I think John's done a wonderful job as a planning commissioner, as I think our entire planning commission has. I object to characterizations of the people that volunteered and put in a heck of a lot of hard work on that as anything less than excellent. I would support John to a position on the Planning Commission, but I have to remind everybody, especially when we were contemplating doing away with the local area planning commissions, the importance of having district representation, community representation on those boards. So John's excellent performance aside, I understand fully where Supervisor Royce is coming from. I take very great care in making sure that for lack of a better term, the distinctive communities in my district are represented on that planning commission and represented well. Just a comment. Thank you.
Supervisor Gray.
Last comment. It's on the same line of Supervisors Rutherford. You know, I voted adamantly against the divisions of the planning commissions, but one thing that I did hear from my fellow supervisors and a pledge that we would do our best to represent the districts on that commission, and I think that it's important that we stand by that that conviction that when we got rid of the commissions, that's what we would do. So I would have to agree with Supervisor Royce, knowing full well that John Latour was a very good planning commissioner.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Well, I have to agree with Randy Hanbell that it's very difficult to find people who are willing to commit the time and the energy to do the quality job that John has done. And that's precisely the reason that he should be held in the position that he is until an easy transition can be made to keep him on the board. You just don't find people like that very often. And again, I agree with Randy, if somebody is out of the district, they're perfectly capable of representing that district well. I think that the Board of Supervisors couldn't exist if we didn't believe that Randy, who is in my district, couldn't represent Evan's district as well. I mean, if that were the case, then we would certainly have a factious group representing us. So I would strongly recommend that John be contacted and be kept in his current position, because I think he makes too great a contribution to the Planning Commission. And as Carol said, he has been somebody that my community, the more liberal community, has felt comfortable contacting and discussing our concerns, and I think those concerns are just simply not reflected often enough and well enough to the board, and I believe he's been a very level-headed conduit for those kinds of thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate the discussion that's been made, and I still feel very strongly that the representation should be based on a district. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to move forward with item 8 as agendized.
Second?
Is that you, John?
Yes.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Royce, a second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Will the clerk please read item 9?
Consideration of approving the reappointment of Cole Perzerla, representing District 1, Charlotte Frazier, representing District 5, and the reappointment or appointment of the at-large representative to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission with terms to expire on February 15th, 2021.
So before we have a motion, before we have public comment and a motion, I did hold my comments until item 9 because I did hear a suggestion that Mr. Latore represent District 1. I will say that I, too, have tremendous respect for Mr. Latore, but in the vein of the comments that we heard, Cole has, in my view, and I reached out to a number of other constituents within District 1, has represented District 1, has invested the time to learn the issues and be informed, and has made the commitment, again, I believe admirably, and is doing a job. And so at this time, I do support his nomination for reappointment.
Okay. Madam Chairman, first of all, I intend to reappoint Charlotte Frazier. I think she's done a very good job representing District 5. And I would ask my fellow board members to join me in reappointing Dick Pland as the representative at large to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission. He, in the year that he was chairman, he led that board, I think, magnificently, and I believe he is, he is a true statesman, and he really does have the interest of the larger county at heart, and I think that's what we want in a member at large. And I'm prepared to make a motion on all three when it comes time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment?
Sorry, I came in a little late. It seems like this planning commission is staffed entirely by developers. And just to me, that seems like a conflict of interest. I don't know, to me it seems like a case of government corruption, but there should be some, don't you think there should be some mechanism for citizen oversight involved in this process?
I don't believe that any one of the three people that I just mentioned or that the chairman mentioned is a developer.
In the case of former Supervisor Plan, he spent many years as a county supervisor. He sees the county as a whole. He always has. I served with him a number of years, so I do not see anybody, as Supervisor Rutherford mentioned, on this list that is associated with the development community.
All right, maybe that was just my impression. Sorry, yeah, I mean, and they're talking about building a new shopping center, and it's just the population is declining in Tuolumne County. I don't see why we need a new shopping center, and I think it would negatively impact local businesses. and tourism. So that's just.
And I hope you're going to come and share those comments at the public meetings, because it's important to hear from the public, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Again, I would like to point out that you should be searching for greater balance in government. The problem of not having enough citizen input is inviting confrontation in the community, and I think that's exactly what we've seen. I think the dollar stores represent exactly the kind of business that our county should be questioning very, very heavily. We approve them simply because they're businesses, simply because they're willing to build something here. And I think the fallacy in that kind of thinking is not reflected by the Planning Commission at this point, because there's this desire to build at any cost. And the problem is what you're doing is you're inviting businesses that aren't paying our citizens a living wage. They're paying sub-poverty wages, which continuously makes our community poor. And as for the businesses in our community that would like to have more business, they are dealing with a community that is, again, too poor to go and spend money in their businesses. If we want to make some progress on some of these things, rather than having a situation of constant conflict with the community, having lawsuits constantly being filed against projects that you're creating, perhaps you might want to put some of the people who are opposing you on these commissions and on these boards so that they have the opportunity to reflect their ideas and to move toward a more balanced approach from the outset. Thank you very much.
Are you aware that the Planning Commission's turned down both Dollar Generals and our board voted down a Dollar General?
But the board turned down the Columbia dollar store. We have several other dollar stores that have been produced in the area of Jamestown, one in Soulsbyville, and the one in Columbia. Let's face it, you turned it down because 300 people showed up at the Columbia.
So we listened to the
Excuse
community.
You listened to the anger of the community.
Absolutely, we did.
Right. It was, but it shouldn't have to come to that, should it? I mean, we are.
It shouldn't have to come to a public hearing?
It's a public
No,
process.
It's a process.
Yes, I understand it. That's
They,
All right,
they
I'm
appealed
going to
it.
ask for us to speak one at a time, and I appreciate us having the opportunity to make the clarification.
Oh.
And the point, I'm going to ask the supervisors to respond one at a time. Supervisor Royce, I believe you were speaking.
Sure. I do not appreciate your characterization of the way this board handles our duty to represent the public. We do a very good job on this board to be fair, to represent the whole community. The other gentlemen that characterize the board as being associated with developers and the Planning Commission, just for your information, the Planning Commissioner that resigned, that we accepted the open-ended resignation of John Latore, he's a builder. The other three people are not. Our board is very dedicated in making sure that we represent the whole community. We want reasonable development. We want progress in this community, but we also believe in a free market. And if people follow the rules, there's very, very clear rules that the state, the county, and our agencies have in place to make sure that we are fair, that we mitigate impacts to the community when somebody is trying to develop, and I do not appreciate you accusing us of not doing that.
Do I have the opportunity to respond
I'd
to
like
that?
to make a comment about
So
that.
we're not going to have a debate. I'd like to let the gentleman finish his comments. And if you could please wrap them up in the event that there are other public comments.
First of all, I understand your characterization of your position as free market economics. The problem is that free market economics isn't simply allowing a business to do as they please in a community. Free market economics is actually a very well-regulated system that creates a level playing field.
Point of order, please. We're talking about appointments. We're not talking about economics.
Thank you.
I understand that, but the reflection I'm trying to make is that to obtain that kind of balance in the community, we're talking about governance. And when we talk about specific people like John Latore, who had the capacity to not only be a builder, and there's a difference between a builder and a developer, as we both know, that he was capable of listening to all sides. And that's the reason that we considered him to be such an important individual within the community.
Thank you.
Again, thank you.
Well, I just want to say that there are opportunities for the public because the Planning Commission does meet up here theoretically twice a month at 6 o'clock. Those hearings are open to the public. And for the past 5 years, I think, I've been here, and many times I have been here alone. So I would invite the public to come and share the space with me because I get kind of lonely. And I have watched the Planning Commission. And I'm not going to say some of the things I might more bluntly say with Mr. Garaventa here in his camera. But I'm kind of surprised I thought Dick Pland was mentioned in here, and it looks like it was changed. And John Latore is still on the Planning Commission, why he isn't being nominated for the at-large position, or does he have to fill out an application, or... I would take John. I agreed to publicly support Mr. Pland, but I would take Mr. Latore over Mr. Pland. However, in watching the Planning Commission, I would not support the reappointment of Mr. Prisbilla and Ms. Frazier because I have watched them and I wouldn't share your same characterizations, but we can agree to disagree on that. It is hard work. I agree with Mr. Hanveld, and I would like to see people on the Planning Commission that are thoughtful and do the work, and I've been sitting there for 5 years, and I'm not sure I'd want to do the work. But I read the entire packet, as I know Mr. Latore does, and I've seen a couple of other people who are now up for reappointment that I don't know that they read the packet. They don't ask any questions. They don't make any comments. So that's kind of disappointing for me, but we can agree to disagree about that. So I actually think Mr. Latore should be given the at-large position. Thank you.
Any other public comment? All right, I'm going to bring this back to the board. Supervisor Rotifer.
Madam Chairman, I move that we reappoint Cole Pritzbala, Charlotte Frazier, and Dick Pland as the member at large to the Planning Commission.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Hanveld. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And I do appreciate the comments that were made during the public comment phase, and I hope that, Carol, I agree with you, I hope that more individuals will attend those meetings and participate in the process. The process is there for a reason, and thank you for your comments. All right, will the clerk please read item 10?
Okay. Consideration of approving the state fiscal year 2016-17 and the state fiscal year 2017-18 Medi-Cal County Inmate Program Agreement with the Department of Health Care Services for reimbursement of the Medi-Cal allowable inpatient hospital services at Medi-Cal eligible inmates.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Liza Ortiz. I'm the health officer for Tuolumne County. I'm here with Ann Connolly, the director of the Human Services Agency. We are here to talk to you about MSIP, which is the Medi-Cal County Inmate Program. So I'm going to try to break this down for you guys so it's somewhat understandable. As we all know, under Title 15, the county is responsible for paying for and providing the medical services that are required for those who are incarcerated. We do that through a contract with California Forensic Medical Group. There are a small number of patients, inmates, who need medical care that requires admission to a hospital. And for those patients, currently, the contract states with California Forensic Medical Group that CFMG will pay the first $15,000 and the county will pay the rest. The MSIP program allows for a change to that, where the county would only pay the non-federal share for those who are eligible for Medi-Cal. In that situation, Medi-Cal eligible inmates would be either already signed up on Medi-Cal or would be signed up on Medi-Cal at the time of admission, so that the providers of that medical care, usually the hospital and the physicians there, directly bill the Department of Healthcare Services. And then the Department of Healthcare Services comes back to the county and says, this is the remainder of the bill. And usually that's less than what we're currently paying, or so we think. So that's basically what we're talking about. So this will be for the last quarter of the fiscal year 16-17, starting on April 1st. The non-federal share cap in this current agreement for 16-17 is $25,000, and the administrative fee that we would pay right now is $612.88. And then for fiscal year 17-18, the full fiscal year, the non-federal share cap is $100,000, so the administrative fee is $2,012.81. So there is a small typo in the recommendation as it was printed in the board memo, but I'm going to correct it right now as I say it out loud. It is respectfully recommended that your board approve the state fiscal year 2016-17 and state fiscal year 2017-18 agreements between the County of Tuolumne and the California Department of Healthcare Services for the Medi-Cal County Inmate Program for reimbursement of Medi-Cal allowable inpatient hospital services provided to Medi-Cal eligible inmates, and authorize the CAO to sign. Any questions?
So what we're looking at is the net savings here if we go into this program. That's the bottom line.
So for the Medi-Cal eligible patients, yes,
Okay.
we would pay less than the full cost.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Does the 2016-17 impact require a 4/5 vote, or is that?
We would go, excuse me, we would go ahead, if necessary, make an adjustment in the mid-year budget review.
Okay.
It's a small amount we're talking about.
So it doesn't require a 4/5 vote
They may
today?
have sufficient in their existing budget, but if not, we'll bring it back and make the budget adjustment in the mid-year.
Okay.
And it would if we make that adjustment.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Any public comment? Bring it back to the board.
Move on to staff recommendation.
Second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Hanvelt, second by Supervisor Gray. And all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Will the clerk please read item 11?
Consideration of approving a grant agreement with the California Department of Health Care Services to implement the Strategic Prevention Framework Partnership for Success project.
Good morning, Rita Austin, Director of Behavioral Health Department. Here this morning to propose the acceptance of a grant award from the Department of Healthcare Services. As the board is aware, there is a national epidemic of opiate overdose, abuse, and deaths. Tuolumne County is not immune to that particular incident, in so much that currently, or the most recent data is that we are ranked 6th in the state per capita deaths related to opiate overdose. In 2015, Tuolumne County Opiate Safety Coalition, led by the Public Health Department, Dr. Liza Ortiz, had secured grant funding through the California Healthcare Foundation and the Department of Public Health to combat this prescription overdose. Thus far, the grant-funded efforts have focused on local health care, the local healthcare arena, including education for prescribers and treatment for current opiate abusers. Community-level interventions such as coalition building, public education, and outreach are also underway under the direction of the Public Health Department. In mid-2016, the California Department of Healthcare Services was awarded further funding from the Federal Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration's Strategic Prevention Framework associated with opioid overdose under the Partnerships for Success project. Upon award and receipt of those funds by the Department of Healthcare Services. They reviewed the various counties in the state of California who reflected both that high overdose, but also the commitment to prevention and change in their communities through opiate coalitions. Those 6 counties that were chosen for the possibility of accepting funding were Humboldt, Lake, Mendocino, Plumas, Shasta, and Tuolumne County. Tuolumne County had multiple conversations with DHCS to discuss the parameters of the award and what that might mean for our community in terms of developing and changing some of the conditions in our community. The overall goal was to provide a comprehensive, evidence-based approach to prevent prescription drug misuse and abuse among young people from 12 to 25. These early intervention efforts would be established through a part-time program specialist who would be hired under specifically under the grant funding, with the remainder of the funding to be shifted out into the community and the community-based organizations who already work very strongly in prevention efforts and education with our youth, our teachers, our schools, etc. We would be doing small grant awards with the remainder of that funding. There's no cost to the county that's associated with this grant. There are no matching funds required for participation. And with your board's approval of the grant agreement, the county will receive up to a total of $450,000 from the Department of Healthcare Services for project-related work over a 4.5-year period. Startup funding of $50,000 that would be inclusive from January 1st of this year through June 30th has been budgeted into our mid-year budget, with the remaining $400,000 to be budgeted in fiscal years 2017 through 2021. It is respectfully recommended that your board approve the grant agreement between the California Department of Healthcare Services and the County of Tuolumne for implementing the Strategic Prevention Framework Partnerships for Success project toward decreasing prescription abuse and misuse among persons aged 12 to 25, effective January 1st, 2017 through June 30th, 2021, not to exceed $450,000. Authorize the chair to sign and authorize the county administrator to sign all further grant-related documents.
Any questions?
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, this builds on what Supervisor Rodefer asked in the prior item. This one absolutely will need a 4/5 vote, not at this time, but it will be in the mid-year budget. We'll recognize revenue, offsetting expense, but 100% state funded.
I have one question. For benefit of the public, because I think it's staggering that we're talking about 12-year-olds with this problem. Can you list some of those organizations that you might be providing small grants to in case there are publics that are interested in participating or...
So any grant funding that comes out of the department would be through a process of an RFP, recruiting or proposing to community-based organizations for plans that they might be interested in, with caps on the specific amounts. The evidence-based practices are proscribed by the state, and so we would also be listing that within the RFP to assure that we have a quality program and that we are measuring outcomes and progress within our community.
All right. I suppose that I would like to see at some point in time some reporting back. Again, I think we have a community that's got to be engaged in this effort also, and any opportunity we can to promote that, we need to be talking about it. Is there any public comment? Bring it back to the board.
Madam Chairman, first of all, I want to thank the staff for the work on this. I noticed that we're one of 6 counties, rural counties, all rural counties, who are in this program, and this is a huge, huge issue, and so I'm looking forward to some positive results. Can't be negative, I guess, but if we do anything. So I fully support this. I think this is a great thing. I congratulate staff on achieving this grant. And I'll make a motion to accept staff recommendation.
I'll second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Hanfeld, a second by Supervisor Gray. Before I call for the question again, I want to also compliment staff because I heard one of the criteria being counties that were aggressively rising to these challenges. And so thank you for those efforts on behalf of all of our folks that are having issues with this. And with that, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 13?
It's
Item
number
12, I'm
actually
sorry.
12.
Item 12.
Sorry. It's consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Article Act 14, Article Act Section 14, 8630C due to pervasive tree mortality.
Madam Chair, they're saying that it would be beneficial maybe take a 5-minute break so they can set up their computer.
All right. Let's take a 8-minute break and we'll reconvene at 10 o'clock. Thank you. We're on. Would the clerk of the board please reread item 12?
This is consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to pervasive tree mortality.
Staff. Good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and OES Coordinator. Thank you for giving us that short break so we can get set up properly, and also this will be probably a rather long presentation, so we do appreciate the time. So quickly, this item, as you know, is something we've been dealing with for some time now and is required, any proclamation is required that your board either renew or terminate the proclamation no less than every 30 days. So today what we wanted to do was provide an opportunity for the Tree Mortality Task Force Core Planning Team to give you an update on the actions that have been taking place as well as future actions. And then this is really in preparing for our Tree Mortality Community Workshop that will be taking place on March 4th at the Motherlode Fairgrounds, the Manzanita Building, and it will be from 9 a.m. until 2 p.m. All the members of the task force will be present. There will not be presentations. Again, it's a workshop, so we will have tables set up everywhere. Individuals will be able to come in, go to whichever or all of the agencies that are participating, ask questions, seek information, and in some cases fill out forms. Maybe it's a debris removal program, maybe it's beginning part of our SRA tree mortality grant. So lots of information, lots of people will be available. We are looking forward to that. But in the meantime, what we wanted to do today was provide the opportunity for those core planning team members to give you an update. So we have sitting beside me Mike Albrecht, who is our tree mortality project coordinator. We also have CAL FIRE, we have U.S. Forest Service, PG&E, Caltrans, and TUD, who are all present to give you an update on their actions.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members, county staff. I'm going to start by saying it's a real distinct pleasure to work with this team that's assembled here today. And after a year of working on this mortality work with them, we're all still communicating. We're not snarling at each other. Snarling, that's what I mean. Yeah, we're not snarling. And I recommend you take a kind of a mental snapshot of us as we come up and see if we can say that a year from now. Because see who's grayer, who might be snarling, who isn't smiling. But my prediction is we'll all be here a year from now and we'll all still be getting along. But so far it's been going well. I figured actually what you'd want here, just a quick rundown of where we've been, where we are, where we're going, and give you an overview of the costs and both actual and projected. And I'll put something up on the screen here in just a minute, Ethan will, for me to kind of go over. But let me just summarize some things quickly.
After several months of planning and community outreach, Tuolumne County launched its first tree mortality project in Leisure Pines in May of 2016. You all know about that. Since then, we're on project number 13. Of those 13 projects, 7 have been completed. Leisure Pines, Old Highway 120, Lions Bald Mountain Road, Miwok Village, Bellevue School, North Airport Road, and Phase 1 of the Sugar Pine Trail. These projects are ranging from over 600 trees at Leisure Pines to 1 tree in an emergency program we did at North Airport Road. On the first 7 projects, approximately 1,400 trees were removed from private property, and by combining forces and budgets with PG&E, CAL FIRE, the Fire Safe Council, and Tuolumne County, the average cost per tree to the county has been held to well under $500 per tree so far. So I'm really pleased to report that. And of note, just how well this bidding process is working at the Miwok bid opening for our proposals there. Our proposals range from $1 million, and I think that was from a company called Wheel of Fortune, to, that's just a joke, and to the winning bid of $86,000. So the bidding process really works well for us. And the $86,000 bid got the project done beautifully. And he said he made money. So it's working well. Our next projects that have received acceptable proposals and are ready to start work are in Cedar Ridge, and that one is ready to go, and Evergreen Lodge, which that proposal is actually due today. And as a side note, Evergreen Lodge is going to be our second emergency proposal. It's a very tough project. We're going to attempt to get 100 trees down at Evergreen Lodge between February 8th, which I think is tomorrow, and the 16th. And we're going to get it done in this weather if we can. So it's a tall order for sure. The reason being Evergreen Lodge right now has no patrons in it. They staff up and start having people show up on the 16th. So we're going to try to get these trees down. I have a picture of that in just a minute. Proposals are due this Thursday at the Sugar Pine subdivision, and Phase 2 of the Sugar Pine Trail project will be due on the February 21st. Tree marking is ongoing in Ponderosa Hills and North Tuolumne Road, and we expect those removal operations to get going by mid-March. And next week, we'll begin marking our first joint project with the Forest Service, utilizing that grant that you folks helped make happen and approved. It's a $2 million grant. It's where the Forest Service reimburses us for work through our county roads through their land. It'll be on East Ferretti Road. We'll start on that, and we should get that going by March. So when we get done with these projects, we'll probably have removed around 2,500 trees. So now we can put up that visual, Ethan, if it'll pop up quickly. If not, I'll keep talking a minute. Okay. So this will give you just a snapshot view of what I've just overviewed. And we've got Tuolumne County North and South. The projects that are in blue are the projects that have been completed. And the projects that are in green are projects that have been bids have gone out or going out and will be completed very shortly, get started very shortly. The red down there is Ponderosa Hills and North Tuolumne Road. That is currently being marked. And then all that other stuff that's colored, mainly in whatever color, I don't know what to call that. So mauve, thank you. Right of entries have gone out for those projects, and we should have all that accomplished and completed during this year. And Ethan, if you go to that next South County slide, Old Highway 120 has been completed, as have those other projects on the far left by Ed Hogue and his county's, I don't know what to call that exactly, Tracy, the county facilities group. Yeah, and so they've done some little projects there. Right of entry has gone out to the mauve color. East Ferretti Road, we'll get marking on that next week. And then Evergreen Lodge is up there in the right-hand corner. That's a project we would cover your prayers on that one. Actually, that's going to be a tough one, but we'll get started on that hopefully tomorrow. Okay. Let's see. So, kind of quick overview of that, I think when all that's completed, what we plan to do this year, we should add about 4,000 trees to our list of completed individual trees on the ground. That's about 65% of the 9,000 that was originally estimated in our tree mortality plan. And just to end up, I'm going to list a few things that have really helped. I think it was Supervisor Rodefer maybe asked last time I was here, what would really help make this process work better? I've been Supervisor Gray, doesn't matter, but we've gotten more staff to help with the right of entry. That's really helped, Chris Trott's helping me with this work right now, and that's a big help. Without Vicki helping me, I'd be lost, and most of you know that. We've gotten fantastic support from Larry Beal and his staff on mapping. We meet with PG&E and ACRT every 2 weeks now. We really stay coordinated with them. We've added, I haven't done it, but somehow we got Barry Rudolph back to CAL FIRE program, and that's really helping out there. Yeah, I don't know how that happened, but he got bored, I think. Lots of grant fundings come in. That's been really great. And then we have our county woodyard up and running, and we've got a place to dispose of logs. That's really, really good. That really helps. Opportunities out there. We got some CCC crews that might be able to help us, and that's going to be kind of neat if we can make that happen. Ultra Power looks like it's going to get up and running this year. That is a tremendous benefit to this whole program, as you can imagine. Okay, so are there any more slides on there, Ethan? To see it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is just to show you folks a couple. This is Evergreen Lodge. So that's a picture of the trees right around the restaurant and the lodge and the market itself, and you can just see what our crew is going to be facing. Whoever gets this bid is going to do some great work, because that's got to all come down. It's about 110 trees by next week. Go ahead, Ethan, the next one. That was a project we're real proud of. Bellevue School we got done, where these trees were over the playground and the kids' equipment. Some parents wouldn't send their kids to school, so we got that removed. This is something that's happening around the county now in these storms. That's up in Miwok Village. Next slide. This is a picture of a tree that snapped off up at Sugar Pine in one of the last storms, and here's what it ended up doing. And the folks were asleep in there, and somehow neither of them were hurt. And how they escaped death is beyond me. And then just those last couple of slides obviously are what we're racing against time to prevent. And then the county woodyard is up and running, going well. And there's just an interesting aerial photo. My operator down there sometimes gets bored, and he has a drone, so he took that picture, which was kind of neat. That's all I have, and I guess we'll probably hold questions till. Okay, are there any questions for me?
Supervisor Rodefer.
Just not really. Maybe a question. I don't see any articles locally in any of our people that are working this project getting seriously hurt. I hope I haven't missed one, because it's good news if I haven't. But just, I know you think about it every day. I just want everybody out there that's working this project to know that we're thinking about it too. The safety of the people that are felling these trees is important as well.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. We had that discussion quite a while ago, and we now start every one of our projects with a safety meeting with the county staff and on site, and including marking the trees and then doing the projects, and we document that for the file. It is very important. It's important to document it too.
Supervisor Rude.
The woodyard went by there the other day. It looks like it's getting pretty full. Are we going to have room, or?
Yeah. The question about will we have room? Yes, we'll probably see a lot of that get processed this year to both Ultra Power and to the wood shavings plant, so that it will start to empty out. I think Ultra Power hopes to start up probably be around the 1st of April, I think. And so, yes.
The other comment, leaving Groveland early this morning, those guys are out working.
Yeah.
They're, and as far as safety goes, every time that I've seen them early in the morning, there's a large group together, and they're doing exercises, they're doing stretching, and they're getting their safety work done. So they're really to be commended for all the time that they put into making those jobs safe.
Yeah, it is. I don't like. I'm not going to knock on wood. I don't believe in that, but it's one of those comments. We just pray we can keep going this way, because so far so good safety wise. Really been remarkable.
Just one comment to the safety aspect. This is dangerous work if you had live trees.
Yeah.
It's not safe work when you have live trees. It's a really high-risk job.
Yep.
Dead trees compound that. Bad weather adds to that. I'm with you. I pray that we continue to keep that going. And I have to add that all of the players in this game, CAL FIRE, Caltrans, Cal OES, PG&E, have been great team players, and they deserve a lot of credit for their efforts. This doesn't happen with just contracts going out. It's a bigger deal than that. So, and that adds to the safety issues, and so I'm very thankful about that.
Yeah.
My best to the teams that are doing
the team, and we have task force meetings periodically. It's always the first thing on the agenda. We share. Statewide, we get information about accidents that have happened, and we what can we learn so we can prevent it from happening here. So, very, very important.
So thank you for that. So I would like to echo those comments with reference to the tree mortality aid program folks that are here that are helping our seniors get their trees off their ground. And right of entry permits, that was my question. I'm glad to hear those are going a little bit smoother.
Yes.
I believe there is still some challenges, and want to encourage the public when they receive those, if they have questions, call. But we need to get that worked out in order for our folks to enter the property and get these trees removed.
Yep. And as Tracy mentioned, we have a public forum coming up in March, and we're really going to hit that hard at that point. Try to get those stragglers in so we can get it all done at once if we can. Yep.
Very good. All right. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Supervisor Brennan, we still have 4 or 5 other agencies to give a presentation.
My apologies.
That's okay. So real quick, while Jeff comes up to give an update, I want to make sure you guys are aware that if you haven't met Ryan Campbell, who is an analyst that we've pulled into the office, I might encourage you to meet him. He's been doing a great job, really has taken over the right of entry process for us. And came to me a few weeks ago, or maybe even a month ago, with an idea of automating the right of entry process, and has been working with both IT and with council to see if we can make this happen. And what it would be is, instead of sending out all of those letters, is really making a space on the website where people could do it electronically. If they didn't have a computer and couldn't do it or didn't want to, we would still send them out that form, but really it would speed it up in that once that information came in, we're working on an electronic signature, it would then immediately go into a database, then could be exported or imported right into the GIS system, and that would eliminate so much of the hands-on staff time and become so much quicker and more efficient. So very, very thankful. Ryan is always thinking on his feet like that, and it was a great idea, and we're working towards it, and we hope that we can get that implemented. So with that being said, we do have Jeff Sanders with CAL FIRE to give you an update.
Good morning, and thank you for having us. It's my privilege to represent CAL FIRE this morning. There's a slide there. It all starts with our unit chief, Josh White, and Adam Freeze, our unit forester, has been doing an outstanding job, committed lots and lots of hours to this, so by no means am I the sole source that's contributing to CAL FIRE, and we're very fortunate to have Barry Rudolph back as retired annuitant. In front of you, hopefully you have a handout for the last 2 months. It's a document we're preparing, and it has projects other than what we're working with the county. But today, we want to demonstrate our collaborative effort with the county and look at some of the projects we've helped out with since the inception of this task force. So again, it's a collaborative approach. I think we've talked about that from the beginning. And when we work together, we can spread the dollars. So we have, like I mentioned, CAL FIRE Task Force. Battalion Chief Barry Rudolph works directly with Mike Albrecht, and they're out looking at projects every day. That's taken a lot of my load off of having to, try to do multiple jobs. So Barry basically works directly with Mike and then allocates resources, whether it be the CAL FIRE hand crews from baseline or some of our tree mortality task force equipment that we've been granted from the state, such as track chippers, skid steers, loaders, and items such as that. He also monitors the work and prepares the document before you each month to kind of track what we're doing and expenditures. With this, we've been able to maximize our costs and be very efficient while we're working with the county crews. We can probably jump ahead, Ethan. So this is one of the first projects we did, and I think it was a well-publicized project. That's Leisure Pines. So the first slide kind of shows prior to CAL FIRE coming in and the county bringing in the tree workers to kind of pick up the bowls, and we did the fine chipping and clean up around the structures. About 124 structures there were worked in and around, and with our cooperator, California Department of Corrections, they were able to come up, look at the site, and it's not normal for an inmate crew to work right in front of someone's house, so it's obviously a cooperative effort all the way across the board to make this happen. Old Highway 120, as mentioned, is another completed project, several parcels along that way, and when we're doing these projects, we're trying to make sure that we're trying to make a fuel break as well while we're there to enhance our fire prevention as well. So that's an example of some of the debris left by the tree company, and then the baseline CAL FIRE crews coming in and keeping those costs down by doing the fine chipping and cleanup work. Again, another picture that the chipper in the picture there is actually a CAL FIRE tree mortality task force chipper, so it saves the county additional dollars by not providing a chipper. And this is Gurney Station. It's accessible off of Tiffany Drive, and it crosses over to Huron. It's an old Sugar Pine Railroad grade, and the community has a lot of folks that walk through there, and there were several trees that came down on their own, I believe some others that were taken down, and the crews kind of came in there and cleaned that all up. I think we have one more picture of that as well. That's kind of just see what's happening out there in the community as people try to walk their dogs or exercise, and then this is phase one is complete. There's still, I think, about 11 trees that need to come down by county fallers that were too technical for our crews. Again, a slide of Bellevue School. This was a neat project we were all able to get involved in and get those trees down so parents weren't concerned about trees falling right on the playground, and we did a few additional trees in the next slide. But again, there's just some of the fine cleanup we've done and how we've left it. And again, that's a picture above the school, and those are trees that the CAL FIRE crews were able to take down. They were not near a building, and then clean up again. Thank you. Any questions?
Just thanks for the help.
Just keep up the good work.
I think we all echo that.
Okay, so next we have Dave Horak with the U.S. Forest Service.
Thank you for having me, Madam Chairman, board members. My name is Dave Horak. I'm the Timber Management Officer for the Stanislaus National Forest. I've been here since 1979 working in timber management for the Forest Service. I have a tremendous knowledge of the land base, so I know a lot of you have heard my in-depth PowerPoint that I did at all the public presentations. I got a lot of feedback that it was way too much, way too many big maps full of colors, so I have prepared a 3-slide PowerPoint this time to just give you all, I know you all attended those, to give you just an overview on what we're doing, and I did forget my notes, so I have to read with you. So I prepared this for our regional leadership team's report out. So I'm responsible for timber over about, the forest is 1 million acres. We have about 400,000 that are timbered. Out of that, about half falls in this mortality situation area that is the Ponderosa Pine Belt, ranging from 3,500 to 6,000 feet elevation. The fir started to show a lot of signs of mortality this last year, but it has slowed down somewhat. And again, there is indication as we go north of Arnold and Highway 4 that we're not seeing as much new mortality. In fiscal year 16, our biggest accomplishment was selling that 50,000 CCF. For those of you that like to talk in million board feet, these are bigger trees because the small trees tend to be no good by the time we harvest them. We hauled about 30 to 35 million that went to sawmills and facilities this year, which for us was actually surprising to me even that we had the infrastructure to do this, and thank SPI for taking all that. than a large accomplishment we've just recently done. As you know, we were advertising large contracts to cut and remove the wood in the urban interface. We received about $4 million, finally got funded to do this, so we have awarded task orders now to some companies. Our highest priority area where we're going to start, again, the people in the Groveland District nicknamed it Red Tsunami. The name stuck, and now regionally, when you hear Red Tsunami, that was just what they referred to as the wave of red trees that came over the ridges over on the southwest area as you're looking at Groveland out to the southwest. And then another accomplishment, the cooperative agreement we have with the County of Tuolumne. We just had a meeting recently with them. We're ready to start spending money, and then they know the process for invoicing that back to the Forest Service to get paid. Hopefully it's in a timely manner. That part of it goes to Albuquerque, though, as you know, there's a service center. So anyway, so for fiscal, it could take a while. For fiscal year 17, I was assigned to put a team together to assess a long-term tree mortality strategy, and that was just not just dealing with the next big blow-up of trees in places where they were, but actually trying to do some forest health thinning to get out in front of the problem. So our team worked to prioritize the treatments using variables, which are, first of all, communities at risk. Where are there people next to the trees? Where are critical fuel breaks? Where are infrastructure that we need for the county, roads? And what it arrived at is that a GIS exercise kind of will point us to where there's the most resources at risk. And so we are proposing 2 additional, and you might have heard of these Farm Bill NEPA projects, and that we're going to do Arnold and Cold Springs. That doesn't mean those are the highest priority areas. That's where we don't have good environmental analysis right now. And so we are going to proceed with those. We've identified a team to start doing the environmental analysis for those 2 additional areas. And on the districts, the staffs are identifying right now, as much as they can get out, and they're doing a lot of it from the office, other areas that we can add to these task orders as more money comes in. At the bottom, the term IDIQ, and I know a lot of you are familiar with that, and that's indefinite deliverables, indefinite quantities. It just means as more money comes in, we can keep adding to the existing contracts. Next slide, Ethan. Okay, so the partnership engagement has been, again, the top picture up there is one I received from Tracy. I think that's the Groveland Community Forum. And so we did quite a few of those that I think were helpful, exchanged a lot of business cards with the public, and we've made a lot of contact. And then, you know, we have the Amador Calaveras Consensus Group. That's an actually, I don't know what you call, officially sanctioned and funded collaborative forest landscape restoration collaborative group, back one. And then the Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions, or what you call YSS, isn't actually sanctioned yet, but it's a local ad hoc advisory committee. Again, the folks we've been working with in this, you know, the task force, our Deputy Forest Supervisor is a member of the Governor's Task Force, and CAL FIRE has been a great partner with us in the landscape fuels reduction projects and boundaryless behavior on the fuel breaks. The Highway 108 Fire Safe Council, again, has been a long-term partner with the Forest Service in this, before the Rim Fire even. Yosemite Foothills Fire Safe Council is represented here today. We've done 3 large timber sales with Caltrans to sell the trees on the state highways. First, Highway 108, awarded to a company, Sierra Mountain Construction. It was completed. Highway 120 was done through a company called Woolery Timber Cutting, and that is completed. And Highway 4 is in progress right now. That's also Sierra Mountain Construction. We have an agreement with PG&E. Then it's a similar agreement that we have with the county, but that's not a money agreement. It's more of an agreement on how we fund, clean up, and generally deal with all of the transmission and distribution lines that go throughout the National Forest. And the Tuolumne Utilities District, you know, they have facilities on the National Forest. We worked around Cedar Ridge, the water tank out there, and some other facilities. And we are working on a main canal project right now with TUD and PG&E. Next slide. Okay, so this is the map that you see on the left is the results of our effort on that long-term tree mortality strategy. And So the very highest priority area is down where it says Greenlee Hill Smith Station in the southwest corner of the district. That has the most dead trees. Thank you, Ethan. Appreciate it. That's the most dead trees with the most homes and roads just intermixed everywhere throughout that. That is our number one priority. Our number two priority is kind of twofold on the Highway 108 corridor. Where Cedar Ridge is, we're calling the project Cedar Ridge, but it's actually going to be the south side of the highway, everywhere from the top of Big Hill, probably over to Spring Gap and the PG&E facilities in the Fraser Flat and Spring Gap area. And then the one I mentioned, Cold Springs, and that is crucial. We have a Boy Scout camp up in Cold Springs, a Christian camp at Jeunesse Park, and then the whole subdivision of Cold Springs with a lot of dead trees below that. And so we are planning to do a large area for that. Again, our needs for fiscal year 17, as much money as they can keep sending our way, we can spend through this 3 Forest Central California Mechanical Fuels Reduction Contract. We prepared the contract, let the first task orders, and the other 2 forests to our south, the Sequoia and the Sierra, can also use that same contract. We did receive logging equipment for use by our forest employees. It was highly disappointing, the equipment they sent us. They were the skid steers, the bobcats, the biggest ones they have, and they aren't really log skidders. And then we received some of the track chippers similar to the CAL FIRE has. And we're actually trying to still get real logging equipment. We have people on our road crew and dozer crews that can run a feller buncher if we were to get one, so we're still trying to, and there's still some talk about us getting actual logging equipment. And then we are very short on money this year, so the more funding we get where we can hire temporary employees to do our surveys, we can put more of those contracts out similar to we did last year. I'll take questions.
Supervisor Rodefer.
Not really a question, more of an assumption. I assume that those last slides are things that you could use some help with federal legislators and federal government. Okay. I think we can probably try and work that. Thank you.
Supervisor Hanfield.
Dave, thank the Forest Service for the work you guys are doing. I mean, I know it's all a team effort, but what are your entomologists saying about the bark beetle in terms of? I mean, we had a semi-decent winter last year. We're getting a good winter this year, and it's colder. Is it going to slow down at all? It isn't going to stop. I know that.
That was one of the slides I took out of my PowerPoint, was that I received from the regional entomologist, Sherry Smith. Sherry Smith's been around longer than I have. It's hard to believe. But anyway, she started on the Stanislaus during the complex fire. And all we can say is what historical records have shown. The last drought that was similar to this that we looked back at was, and I know you remember from my last, it was around 1919, 22, something like that. 1 year of 150% rainfall did knock that tree mortality out. It would just be a crystal ball at this point. There's nobody can predict what the weather will do to the bark beetles. But historically, with weather records, when we've had big spikes in tree mortality, it has slowed down significantly after an over-average rainfall year. If that makes any sense. Okay, no promises.
So there's light at the end of the tunnel.
No, there's hope. There's hope.
Thank you.
Okay, so next is PG&E and Thomas Reeves.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you for having me. Thomas Reeves with PG&E. I'd like to echo what Mike said. We've had a fantastic working relationship with the county, with Tracy and Ethan, and with Mike. An amazing partnership all across the board, and it's been a really awesome opportunity just to be here in the county and work with you all. I can share a couple of statistics, just some numbers. From 2016, PG&E has removed 37,000 trees. So that's for the 2016 year that we just wrapped up, 37,000 trees. And for 2017, so far we have marked 6,900 trees, so 6,900 trees so far marked. And we will obviously we'll meet the 37,000 mark that we hit in 2016, and obviously we will exceed that. So we're looking into continuing to mark the trees for removal. We have a new program that you may have heard about, the EDM, which is our expanded debris management program where we actually go in and then help homeowners and residents and others with the removal of the trees that are felled. And you have to opt in for that program, and we've had 1,646 sites that have opted in to that program. 400 have been completed, where we've worked with our partners to remove those sites. 310 are currently in the mix to be worked at this moment, and 936 are in the process of being worked next. So again, 2017, 6,900 trees marked so far. Our crews are working everywhere. Obviously, you've seen a sea of blue, and our contractors working hard. We're hiring as many contractors as we possibly can. And currently in Twain Harte, Cedar Ridge, Pinecrest, Miwok, and Groveland. Supervisor Rotifer, thank you for bringing up the safety issue, and we are blessed at PG&E, and we share the sentiment that safety is the number one important thing for us and for our contractors, for our partners, and we've experienced 0 safety incidents in Tuolumne County. So we're very pleased with that, and we're working hard to make sure that our crews are safe out there. Again, communication's been excellent, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Just more of a comment. Supervisor Hanvelt and I were having a little side conversation during the break and commenting on what a great job you guys do to keep the power on with the storms, the trees. It really has been amazing. I went by the Black Oak Casino here not too long ago. There must have been 50 trucks there. And like you said, a sea of blue plus a lot of white ones too. So really thank you for all the hard work that PG&E has done.
Thank you for the comment.
Just to that, I know that the public probably doesn't understand this, but you're pulling in resources from all over, not just the normal resources, and that's above and beyond, and we do appreciate that. PG&E's been a good partner throughout all of these incidents. Unfortunately, we've had too many of them, beginning with rimfire, but we appreciate the effort on PG&E's part.
We are even pulling resources from outside of the country.
Outside the country?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, I just like to. It's a nice time to bring it up since the door was already opened. I'll run through it a little bit. PG&E and all the partners are doing this tree mortality while they're still doing their day-to-day job, or in the case of PG&E in a really heavy rainstorm, their 24/7 job, of keeping their business operation going, and that includes our staff. It includes a lot of the people that are contracting with us. It includes the Forest Service, but this is an emergency, and this is on top of what we do every single day, and I just want to thank everybody that's involved for the extra hard work and the dedication and the motivation that they bring to the game, and PG&E absolutely is part of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next we have Caltrans, and Ken Weeks is here to give you an update.
Good morning. My name is Ken Weeks. I represent Caltrans local maintenance here in Tuolumne County, and we have been doing quite a bit to take care of the hazard trees alongside of the highways and up to 200 feet from the center line of the roadway. And that has been on private properties and so forth. Starting last year, we initiated some emergency contracts, 2 which were in Tuolumne County, 1 up on Highway 108. And on that job there, we removed a total of 11,980 trees on Highway 108, and they spent $5.7 million to do that effort, which works out to be about $475 a tree. On State Route 120, we removed 9,500 trees. They spent $3.7 million, which works out to about $389 a tree. So it seems like a lot of money, but we've got the price down per tree quite a bit, and that includes all the traffic control and the easy trees, and as well as the hard trees. We worked with local contractors, two local contractors that did a great job for us. And you're talking about safety, we had no reportable injuries. We had one or two minor traffic incidents, with the traffic control and a tree branch going through somebody's windshield. But other than that, it was relatively accident-free on those jobs. If you drive up 108 right now, you'll see there's probably about 1,000 dead trees after we've gone through and completed this contract. But Caltrans is in the process right now of project development. We have a big project for the district, but we've broken it down into 4 different sections so that we can get some of the smaller contractors able to bid and get the bonding. And those should be ready for award by the fall of this year to tackle the continual maintenance that's beyond what our tree crews are capable of handling. Are there any questions for Caltrans?
Just another comment about the great service. The work that you guys did on Highway 120 is phenomenal. I mean, it really went smoothly. People weren't complaining. They were just happy to see it done. So thank Caltrans for their work also.
Will do. Thank you. So, and if we see any more, and Caltrans is also planning for 5 and 6 and 10 and 12 years out, because they're looking at some of the history, like in the state of Colorado. It didn't end right away. So they're in the planning process, to maybe not get caught by surprise and handle these issues as they come. So we're not dealing with an emergency. They're treating it as a non-emergency, but we are capable of responding to those areas where it is an emergency, where we need to get somebody in there right away, because our project process is very lengthy and sometimes can take a couple of years to get a project off through the approval process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our final presentation is Lisa Westbrook with Tuolumne Utilities District.
Hello, thank you for having us here today. And I want to start, first of all, thanking Tracy and Ethan and all of our partners here regarding the Tree Mortality Task Force. What an amazing group of individuals and agencies that are really pulling together to work together to see that we try to keep our community safe. So I wanted to thank Tracy and Ethan especially. And I know you go to a lot, the whole county goes to a lot of the state agency meetings on behalf of the county, and it's very much appreciated. So anyways, I'm going to just give you kind of an overview of where we're at TUD. So this is where we just started our first major tree removal project. It's taken us a while to get all the right of entries and everything. And what we focused on first was our facilities. So we had 19 project areas, as you can see, throughout the county. And what we were protecting is our water tanks, lift stations, and also some of our well areas. Oh, yes, go ahead. So this is Zone 2. It's off Michigan Drive up in Twainhart. And we had these trees marked for removal. And as you can see, we had a major storm in November, and number 53 came down. And as you saw with the other slides, these are the way the trees are snapping for the drought. They just kind of snap, not all the way down, just kind of an appointed area. So we didn't have to remove this tree at that moment, but it is now gone. But I thought that was kind of an interesting slide. This is our Skyline tank, another very difficult tree to remove. As you can see, it's very close to one of our tanks, and that's why we removed it. And so that's just an aerial visual. And this is Zone 3 tank, very close to the Zone 2 tank, and that's just a tree going down, and again, trying to protect our water tanks. So this is a list of all the trees that we removed just recently. We finished this actually at the end of December. So overall, we've moved 360 trees from our facility project sites. So where are we at now? We are now focusing on our Section 4 ditch, and there'll be a map coming up in a moment to show you where that is. This is going to be a very difficult project for us, and we're going to have to actually leave some of the logs there because there's just no access. If you understand, our ditch is 72 miles, so some of it is very rugged terrain. So we are going to have to leave some of the logs there. And then on the Eureka ditch, we did just recently hear from the Forest Service that we received some funding from that, from the Resource Advisory Committee. So we're going to start on that project. And hopefully with Jeff Sanders' crew, we can work on that project together to clear out some areas. And that will be mostly focused in the Ponderosa Hills area. And then the Upper Soulsbyville ditch, we know that we have over 1,000 trees in that area, and that will be a major project that we'll be undertaking this summer. So this is just kind of an idea of where these upcoming project areas. The top of the mount is the Tuolumne Main Canal, owned and operated by PG&E, and we're going to be doing a project right at Section 4 at the top of that. Again, that's mostly Twainhart, and then Upper Soulsbyville, which is another part of the Twainhart area. So we're going to try and get those completed by summer. And then that small little Eureka section, that's the Ponderosa Hills area that we're going to be undertaking with that grant funding that we received. And that's it, Ethan. And then these are some of the Section 4 ditch pictures, so you can see how difficult this is going to be. There's our ditch right there. And so these are all marked and ready to go. Here's another one of our flumes. That's it. And does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Lisa.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you for letting us do this presentation and update. I think it's a good time of the year to provide this for you. And as you can see, all of us, these projects are beginning to increase in momentum. We're really starting, now that those right of entries, as we all know, that was and is a long process. Now that we have enough of those in, we're starting to see more of the projects being developed, put out to RFP, and then put out to bid. So it's getting exciting to actually see that work taking place and knowing that we have more to go. The process just keeps getting better and more efficient as well. So with that being said, just asking that you would consider renewing the proclamation for tree mortality.
So before I go to my fellow supervisors, I'm going to take a minute here because I've been reserving my comments, and I will go back out for additional public comment. But this effort is tremendous that we have undertaken, and it starts with leadership at the top. And so from Craig, Tracy, Ethan, the team that you have assembled, you have our sincerest gratitude. But then it extends to all of the partners, and I've been witness to so many examples where problems were recognized, a phone was picked up, maybe Chief White was contacted, he reached out to the Forest Service, and we have been able to see through this coordinated effort solutions happening in the way that they should, and that is agencies talking to agencies and getting at the heart of a problem and finding some resolution. And so again, our sincerest gratitude on behalf of all of our constituents. And to the constituents, you need to be part of this process also. We need you to cooperate when you get these right of entry permits. Again, if you have questions, call and ask the questions. Get the answers, but reach out and be a part of the solution for this problem. Do my fellow supervisors have any other comments?
Yeah, thank you. There's the biggest problem in the state as far as I'm concerned, and it affects public safety, but Tuolumne County's leading this, and they're recognized leading it. But there's some people that haven't been mentioned, and that's the fire safe councils and the work they're doing, the service groups and the TMAP program that they're doing, and I know there are other things that out there that are going on. This is an amazing effort by the community and the government agencies to come together and just make things happen. And I can't say enough about the teamwork. Other people aren't doing as well at this. And so I want to thank everybody who has any little part of this. And I have to take a little jab at Barry over there. I'm glad you're back, Barry. Retirement wasn't nearly as much fun as this. Thanks for coming back, and thank all the groups. This is just an amazing effort, and it isn't going away. Even my comment where I asked Dave about that, even if the bark beetle slowed down, even if the trees were recovering a little bit, this isn't going to stop, and no one should feel like any comfort in all that. All these are just good signs, but the damage has already been done in a very heavy extent. There'll be a lot of latent mortality regardless, and we'll have to keep doing this for quite a while. So be encouraged. The teams are out there working for you. Thanks.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, and Mike, I want to add you to the list of people we have to thank. You're doing a tremendous job coordinating all of this stuff on behalf of the county, and we certainly couldn't do it without you. And I echo there's two big things here. There's the leadership and the teamwork, and I think everybody's part of both of those, and I really, really appreciate it. And I got to throw a little jab at Barry too. Welcome back, bud. I was wondering what you were doing with yourself there. And I do want to give a special shout out to our county leadership as well, Tracy and Ethan and Craig. But Craig doesn't do most of the work. Tracy and Ethan do most of the work. And I also want to add one other person that I think, actually two, that spend a lot of time up in Sacramento working with state people to get us the funding that we need and get us the prioritization and all of that stuff. And that's two of our board members, Randy Hanvelt and Sherry Brennan. They're both doing a tremendous job. The rest of us would like to be sharing some of the load, but with the Brown Act, we travel by twos. And those are the two that are responsible for this, and I just don't want to forget them either. Thank you.
Yeah, just one, maybe we could call it political comment. In this day and age when everything that government is doing is highly criticized, I think this is an example of what government can do good, working with people, working with other agencies. So I'm really proud of what we've done. Thank you.
Absolutely. Exemplary teamwork. Thank you all very much for taking care of this.
Is there any public comment? Right. Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board.
I move to continue the state of resolution due to pervasive tree mortality.
Second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Rutherford. I'm going to give the tie to Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Good presentations.
Okay, will the clerk please read item 13?
Consideration of providing staff direction on policy and procedure for administering the CAL FIRE State Responsibility Area Tree Mortality Grants.
Okay. Again, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. So you'll see we have a team assembling up here because this item is taking many of us to make it work. Sorry, I'm going to scooch as I'm talking. So just as a quick review, and then everyone here will need to speak into this, including council and maybe even Mr. Pedro or Daniel Richardson from our office. So on January 17th, we came before you with the results of a grant application that we submitted to CAL FIRE for the SRA tree mortality grants. And we are very thankful for the amount of grant funding. Tuolumne County received second highest in the state of California, with Fresno receiving to about 2.6 and our county receiving almost 2.4. An opportunity to get out and do a lot of work on private lands that we did not have before. But in order for this to happen, it's going to take a lot of work from a lot of people. So just as a real quick overview, what we discussed and what I believed your board directed staff to do was that we would focus on those trees that would strike a habitable structure. We would have a cap of $10,000 per parcel. There would be financial qualification that would determine a homeowner's match, and that for those in the very low income, there would be no match. That we would talk about a deposit, and a match would be based on the estimated number of trees that would be removed. The logs and woody debris from work previously completed by homeowners would also be qualified to be removed at that time as well. And then that the homeowners would have to sign a right of entry permit, and this is something that council has been working on, and that would allow us the ability to access the property to assess, mark, cut, and remove those trees. And then project development would be based on grant-approved zones. And you may remember there were some areas that were not selected, but in conversations with CAL FIRE, even though, maybe, for example, Ponderosa Hills was one that was not selected, but as we work through some project areas that or zones that do not have as much work, we can modify those grants and then incorporate different areas for scope of work so that we could get some work done, for example, in Ponderosa Hills. So we also had the community service area roads, and what we want to talk about was I've had some education about whether there's community service area roads, county service area roads, community service districts, and what is meant by community service area road are county, non-maintained county accessible roads, meaning they're again not owned by the county, not maintained by the county, but there are many public homes that are accessing these roads. And this would allow us, because there's great concern out there by our first responders that they have to go up and down these roads all the time, and they're seeing a tremendous amount of tree mortality on those. But CDAA does not allow us to go out and remove those trees. So we had, I'm trying to remember, 1.4 million? I can't remember. 800,000, a little bit less, to go in and do some tree work on those roads. So that is a great opportunity as well. Now, during the last board meeting, your board directed staff to work with the auditor controller and the treasurer tax collector to look at a way that we could begin a payment plan for the share of cost. So there's a lot of information, and I'm hoping that anything I may miss that both Debbie and Shelley will chime in here. But just real quickly, we had outlined originally that there would be a $35 administrative fee. We'll talk about that in a little bit. We do have to do a little bit more work to make something like that work, and there's an update on what that true cost is. Shelley spent some time with that analysis. So in the event that your board approved an ability for homeowners to make payments based on whatever their share of costs would be, we have to look at how would that happen and how would that take place. So first, working with Debbie, who again was tremendous help for me in trying to get my mind about how would we make this work and what's the worst case scenario. So what Deb and I did was sat down and just assumed that if everyone were above moderate, they would all have a 50% share of cost, which is $5,000. If they all needed an installment plan, we came that we would need approximately $714,000 for those homeowners to make payments. Now, we know that not everyone will fall in that. That's just the worst case scenario. If we required a deposit of, say, 10%, that would further reduce it down to about $642,000. Now, what Deb recommended is that she could open up a special revenue fund, and that would be a way that we would do the accounting and tracking of that, and that all payments made to the contractor for that homeowner share of cost would be made out of that fund, and all payments back for the share of cost would be made back into that fund. There was a recommendation that we could look at anywhere from 12 months with no cost, meaning maybe no interest or low interest, and then a higher interest if maybe they were going over 24 months. And the reason that Deb and I talked about this is if there were a $5,000 share of cost over a 12-month period, that's still a significant payment for a family to make. You're looking at a little over $400 a month. So that's why we talked about what if your board were to allow up to 24 months, it would cut that in half. They could always pay it off sooner. So there are some recommendations within this memo, and we can update that. I want to make sure you could answer get any answers to any questions you might have, and this is the team here who could answer those questions. So what we talked about, again, I'm just going to recap, is if you did direct staff to allow for homeowners to have an installment plan available for their share of cost, the auditor controller would set up a special revenue fund, and I would work directly with her on all of the accounting to ensure that that was done correctly. That we would need the board to allocate funding for seed money in order to make that happen. In order for us to pay the contractors for that homeowner portion, we have to have a fund to pay that out of. And here I've put in $100,000. We can still talk about what that would be if you decide to go down this route. Again, the term for repayment, we have 12 months, no interest or low interest, and up to 24 months at a higher interest. Homeowners, what we have attached to this as well is when you see this application, that application in there is not for the installment process. That is only what would start the process with our office for Ethan and I to try and determine what would their share of cost be, get enough information so that we can make that determination. Once we do an RFP, that is what would essentially determine what is their share of cost per tree, and we wouldn't know that until that bid or proposal came back in. Then once they elected saying, I can't pay all of that at once, we would refer them down to the Office of Revenue and Recovery, and they would take that process on for us from there. The other thing is Shelley will need some direction from your board as to if the homeowner does not comply with the terms of their agreement and repayment and they default on that, to what lengths or authority will you give her to collect? And she can give you more, and Michelle spent great amount of time with me explaining their process, and definitely not my area of expertise, but thankfully it is for theirs. So what we're asking for you today is provide specific direction on how you would like staff to proceed with this if you want to proceed with an installment plan for the share of cost for homeowners. And again, we have the team here who could answer all of those questions about how we could make that work.
Those are great.
Okay, you talked about interest or low interest. What would be the rate that you would think it would be?
What we kind of discussed, and again, it's going to be up to your board, but what's going to happen is that the general fund is going to lose interest. And so therefore we want to try to make the general fund whole. So we were kind of thinking kind of like, the carpet loans. If you pay, same as cash, if you pay it in 12 months, we won't charge you interest. If you want to extend it to the 24 months, we would charge you 3% interest, which is pretty low in today's market to go out there and borrow. The general fund then would be made whole and actually make a little bit of money to make up for the ones that aren't going to pay interest. So we came up with 3%, and the reason why we came up with that, that's the same interest rate that the general fund, if it has to loan money to some of our special districts because they have cash flow issues like Columbia Fire, like the Resource District, then we charge them 3% interest. Again, we want to be able to stand up and say we're treating everybody the same. We're treating the districts the same as we would be treating these homeowners. So that's why we came up with 3%.
Yeah, that makes sense. A question for Shelley. The non-payers, and hopefully we don't have any, but if we have a few, your thoughts are to put a lien on the property, an enforceable lien. Is that what we would do?
Actually, I have Michelle Ronning here. She's the Revenue Recovery Manager, and she'll outline the steps taken if somebody defaults on the 24-month payment. So.
Hi, good morning. Michelle Ronning. If they do default, we can, with your board's approval, we can work with them and set up a smaller payment plan if that's what you choose, or we would take them and file a small claims and secure a lien and secure a debt for another 10 years.
Okay.
So it's whichever route you want us to take.
Okay.
Supervisor Royce?
Yeah, generally I think I'm okay with that. I was just curious what prime rate is, if you know offhand.
Do you mean the daily interest rate or
Yeah.
No, prime. The daily interest rate is about 0.5%.
for,
Just the treasury yield right now per day is about 0.5%. If you,
That's our pool. What's prime?
yeah, what's prime
if
rate?
you went out to the bank and got a loan,
Yeah, just curious.
I don't know. It depends on what you're getting a loan for and how long you're getting it and how much you're borrowing. There's too many factors. Probably
Okay.
3.5, I guess.
It's kind of a side point. Kanan?
I was going to say it's roughly about 4%.
Okay. That's what I was curious. That's just a market rate. So generally, I'm okay with this. This is a charitable thing that we're trying to do to help people that are in a dire position. I just don't want to incentivize people to take the loan and use our resources when they don't need them because it's so cheap and you're giving away cheap money. So I just want to be careful how we qualify people with that.
Supervisor Hanfield.
Answer your question, prime rate based on Wall Street Journal this week is 3.75. Look, this is a kind of a crazy world we live in. You know, we're living under these multiple states of emergency, and our staff is working hard at every level. We don't have extra staff. Our general fund is, how shall I say, fully subscribed and stressed. Our emergency funds are oversubscribed, and it makes economic sense to go in and do an area like this and do it all and not do patches. So we got to find a way to do this. My concern is that there is additional costs, and Shelley and I have talked a little about this, to putting anybody on a payment plan. If you're going to bill them monthly and for a year or 2 years, there's a cost to that. And I saw something in here about a $35 fee. I don't believe that covers that. While I want to help people and figure out how to do this, I also think we need to cover our costs. And whatever those are, I think we have to figure out a way to do that. Not that we have to, I don't want to make money. I want to make that clear. I just want to cover our costs because, again, the general fund is stressed, and I suspect as we start talking budget shortly, we'll find it just how overstressed it is, and there's no point in adding to that. So it's just a comment, and you may want to comment about what you think it costs to do this, or maybe you don't have those numbers.
I did a cost analysis, and it's going to cost for a one-year payment plan around $57. So that includes the account setup, maintaining all the documents, sending monthly statements, posting payments, collection calls. And if we do a 2-year, it would be more than that.
Okay. So the $35 comment doesn't cover it.
It's an older ordinance, and after doing more research, we've broken down the costs, and it wouldn't cover all the costs. So
Okay.
we're going to be working on a fee study as well.
Thank you.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, we're accommodating life situations already by having a graduated participation. And now my concern is, and I know everybody's life situation that has equal household income isn't equal across the board. I get that too, but I'm with Supervisor Hanvelt. I'm okay with setting up a payment plan, but I think it really needs to pay for itself. And again, I don't want to make money, but we're already accommodating fiscal difficulty one way, and now we're accommodating it another way, and we're taking a hit for doing it. I think whatever the fee is, the admin fee needs to represent the actual cost of doing business.
Supervisor Royce.
Yeah. Is there any possibility that we could inquire with like local financial institution I'm thinking like Oak Valley Bank or somebody like that to try to come up with a program to qualify people instead of the county going into the banking business and dealing with this. I really hate to see us get into the position 2 years from now when you have people that are already, if they're financially struggling to be able to handle this, and if they're unable to pay, if we're in the position to where we have to come after them, I'd rather keep that at an arm's length. And I don't know if there's any way to, I mean, has there been any effort at all in trying to procure something like that?
No, and the only thing, I'm looking at Deb for the, I mean, we could ask people to go out and secure a loan, and that's a personal loan. I don't know what the rate is. I know it's much higher than a normal rate. Just know that, and that's fine, whatever you guys direct, but this could slow down the process too. This allows for a streamlined process. If we do the other, we either give someone, say, 30 days to secure a loan. If they don't do it, do we move on and they're not eligible for the program? So that's where that would bring that complexity into it. Was we may have to skip them, or what would we, I mean, so that's definitely something your board could direct. It just could take much longer than a process that we can do internally.
Okay. What's the total sum that you suspect we would be loaning?
Based on worst case scenario that Deb and I did, we came up with we had $714,000. However, we could reduce that by requiring 10% deposit by the homeowner at the time that we have them sign up for the program. So that would reduce it to about $643,000.
That's the county share or the contribution, our match? Or is that the loan amount?
That would be, no. This is a really complex program that we're talking about. When Tracy and I were talking about it, what I wanted is that you would all hear what the very, very, very worst program would be. And that would be the $642,000. But reality, it's actually less than that, because we would take how I'm going to operate this program is all of the payments, any of the homeowners who don't want the loan, but they're going to do the program, and they're going to give us the $5,000. So their $5,000, the monthly programs or payments that I receive, that'll be the first money out on the new loans, and the general fund won't be obligated to pay that. So
revolving.
So it's going to be a revolving. So you tell me how many people are going to fall under the low income, how many people are going to say, I can afford $5,000, here's my check, how many people are going to fall in the other discount programs. So basically, we wanted to give you the worst scenario. So the worst scenario would be the 642 minus the 71 again, because I'd have that hard cash in my hand. And again, if this is a 2-year program, the general fund's only going to have to upfront as we go. We needed seed money to start the program. And then, maybe we can come back after a couple months and tell you more of the stats of who's low income, and we're not going to use the general fund's money, who is paying up front, and we'll have that money. It will be stretched out over the 24 months of this program. How much of it's going to hit all at once in the beginning, it depends on how the projects roll out. We just want to give you the worst scenario.
Yeah.
So I want to thank you for that clarification. And remind my colleagues that this is probably one of the loudest drums that we have been beating at the state. And it is the ability for us to start getting some of these trees off of private property. And knowing that it's going to be complicated. And a cost is going to be associated with that, some form of a match. And so with that, I will say that I agree. We need to recover the cost as closely as we can on what it is to administer this program. Beyond that, I think it is incumbent upon us to be finding a way to help those property owners that have the most immediate threat to life and safety, with an economic need as a starting point. Again, we know this is really a starting point for that problem, and I believe that there's going to be some opportunities to work with TMAP, and certainly for those seniors that qualify, they're going to be looking at, I hope, I believe, providing some of that match. And, but we have to find a way to start this and move it forward.
I would agree. I think what you outlined here is fine. I do agree. Let's recover our costs. $35 versus $57 isn't a big amount, but I think we should do that. So what you've presented is fine with that one change.
Before we move away, I'd like to ask for public comment. Is there anyone in the public that wishes to make a comment? Okay. Or do we have consensus on direction?
Could you just clarify the interest? Do you want the first 12 months to be interest-free, or do you want it, no matter what they borrow, it's at 3%? Whatever you all want, we'll do, but I kind of heard mixed messages there.
I would do 3%.
For everybody.
I just don't want to incentivize people that have the money just to take it because they can for nothing.
I'm fine with that.
If people are having,
I think this is set up to help the people that financially that really need the help. Okay, I think that I agree with Supervisor Royce. I'm for 3%. If they're going to take advantage of the loan, which is basically what it is. I'm still a little bit concerned about, and I know you said it's not pure, but I'm a little concerned about the cash flow and the county covering that cash flow.
Okay, just to be clear, this is not just a cash flow problem. This will be an expenditure out of the general fund as a transfer into this special revenue. It will be a budgetary action too. I'm more concerned about the budgetary action than I am about the cash flow.
What's the budget? What's the magnitude of the budgetary action?
The numbers that we're talking about. Well, again,
it depends.
It depends. It may be really minor if the majority of the people are under the moderate, and the loans we're loaning out are $500 versus a $5,000, or we have a lot of people who upfront their own money or pay their own money and they don't want to be in the loan. I think that there's too many variables to try to come up with it. I don't know, because you're way out of my expertise. If we look at the areas that we're going to go into, which end of the economic spectrum do the homeowners fall in, and maybe we could do a better judgment call. Right now, we're just trying to show the worst scenario so that everybody understands that. For me, this is not cash flow. This is budgetary.
Well, and the point, to Supervisor Brennan's point, the loan itself is not, if there is no loan program, then certainly some people would have difficulty doing it. The loan is just, we're not going to not do the CAL FIRE grants. We're going to do the CAL FIRE grants. What we're really talking about is how are we going to mechanize it so that most people can take advantage of it. But what I also don't want to do is incentivize people to take advantage of the county who's trying to help people take advantage of this program.
And I get that. And just to make it really clear is at the end of this program, once everybody pays the money back, the general fund gets the money back. It's not going to be that it's out and never coming back. So probably, I'm assuming, after about year number 2, then the general fund will start getting money back. It's year number 1 and year number 2 that the general fund is probably going to be upfronting the loan amounts, the net amount between the payments and the people who pay 100%. In year number 3 and year number 4, the general fund will be getting their money back. I just can't tell you at what pace.
If everybody repays the loan.
If everybody repays the loan.
See, that's the other part of it. Show me a loan program where there hasn't been a default.
There's going to be a default rate. It's going to be a pain to deal with. I think 3% is reasonable. I like having a reason for people not just to do it because there's no cost to it. I think it's good to have something in place to avoid putting people in a situation to where they have credit cards with 18%, and it makes it extremely difficult on them. With what you're saying, Debbie, being unable to measure the total impact of this, it's a little difficult in this seat to say, okay. I think it's something that we want to initiate, but we're going to have to measure it as we go, I suspect, would be the cautious way to handle that.
So, just real quick, I expect, Deb, I do want to remind your board that it's not required that there be a share of cost. And this is something that I had feedback I'd received from your board, that you felt there should be a share of cost in doing work on private property. And then we came up with a way to make that happen. And then, of course, we had the discussion about what if people couldn't afford it. But there is no requirement for a share of cost in that grant. But having that share of cost also will allow us to take that grant much, much farther than we would otherwise be able to do. So, you know, there's positives and negatives to both. And so I just want to make sure that that's very clear, that it's not required. It's something that, based on conversations with your board, that we then put together based on, we'd like to see a share of cost, and this is how we came up with it in trying to make it available to everyone. As we talked about, even those who are above moderate income, and that could be any amount of income for someone, they still get to participate in that grant because it's still available to anyone within the SRA area, and that's why that we've done it that way. Mm-hmm. So someone who is even at a very high income still could receive up to 50% of grant funds to remove trees on their property. So just make sure, and then I'll get this back to Deb for her comment.
Another sorry. One of you mentioned we can lien properties if people default on this, which I hate to be in a position to do if you look at a several $1,000 grant. But so just a little bit curious about the actual process. Are these going to be separate? It's going to be like a billing statement you send out. They're going to send in a monthly check, normal revenue recovery process.
Correct. They can pay cash, check, credit card, and then once they start to default, we'll work with them, see if they can get them on a consistent payment plan. Otherwise, we will file small claims, which will give us the ability to file a lien. We can do bank levies and wage garnishments.
Okay. The only thing I'm concerned about is if you do all of that and you actually go through that whole process, and then you go through small claims, and then you're able to file a lien, the position that you would be in at that point, I don't know how good of a position you'd be in with banks and so forth. Is there any way to do this as part of their taxes in a way? Because you're in a much stronger position.
There is a way, but you run the risk of in 5 years they have defaulted taxes, or they've defaulted and then their home's for sale. You're going to sell their home because...
No, but I'm just saying if you're going to do that, if you're going to go to small claims and then you're going to lien them, and they have mortgages, and it's just kind of a wasted effort if you're going to do all that as well.
They can recover. They do have service costs, so revenue recovery recovers those fees, the service costs, and they can do tax intercept if they're getting a refund. But if they're really low income folks, they're probably not getting a refund. I don't know if that answers your question.
Kind of.
Supervisor Royce, can I just comment that we have not fully, the council has not had an opportunity to fully explore the different legal options that we have in terms of what this program would look like. So all of this is going to help us come up and assist revenue recovery with exactly what type of program, if it's a loan program, if it's just a contract. I just want to put that out there because we still need to have that time to thoroughly.
Those are the questions I have, so I'll leave it at that for now. But.
And one of the things that we can do is when this program is completely done is come back to you, tell you how many defaults we have, and then we could look at if we wanted to put it as we do with abatements, put it on their tax bills. But when we have all the information, I think then it would be probably easier to make logical choices. Yeah. So we could wait till the program's all over, see how many defaults we have, and whether small claims satisfies that, or if we want to take the next step, and then you guys can give us some guidance.
Right. So do you have the guidance that you need for now? All right, thank you very much.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Before we move on, I mentioned that there's interest in having someone participate in a call related to closed session items. I'd really recommend at this point the board break and take item 25, your closed sessions, at this time, and then we pick things up this afternoon.
Is that board consensus? All right, we'll take a break, and could you please read our closed session item? I was getting there.
It says closed session conference with legal counsel, existing litigation authority, government code section 549.569D1, Mark Kurzich versus County of Tuolumne, United States District Court, Eastern District of California, case number 116CVO116, DAD, SAB, and conference with legal counsel, exposure to litigation authority, government code section 549.569D2, 2 cases.
Is there any public comment? Do we expect to report out? All right, thank you. Okay, we are back from closed session and we have nothing to report. Would the clerk please read item 14?
This is consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to drought conditions.
All right. Good afternoon. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and OES Coordinator. This item before you today comes at an interesting time. It is for a consideration of renewing the drought proclamation. And in your packet, there's some other information that I provided and some visuals. So we start out with the U.S. Drought Monitor. And you guys remember we have been looking at these for a few years now. And you may recall several years ago, all of Tuolumne was in that exceptional drought area, which was in that deep, deep burnt red color. And in your packet, we have one from January of 2016, and then September where it looks better. In October, it's looking better yet, and so we get to where we are as of January 24th. That one is significantly better, and while we are seeing our surface water being replenished in a very fast, quick manner, especially today, our groundwater, our wells, our fractured rock wells, have not recharged to the same point. So we, as you know, we have some concerns. We still have 139 tanks that are being filled on a monthly basis. That those, remember, one well can support more than 1 or 2 homes. I don't have the exact count today, but I will get that count to you, the exact number of homes that those 139 tanks are supporting. Now, there's been some questions about whether or not the governor should end and terminate the drought proclamation, and that, of course, is related to a lot of our water companies and districts and agencies that are dealing with the emergency drought regulations. And I'm not here to discuss whether that's right or wrong, just that while surface water is definitely better, groundwater is still experiencing the long cascading effects of the drought. Much like we would see with another emergency, an earthquake, or with flood, there's always residual damage, and that's what we're seeing with our groundwater. So in regards to that, when I had reached out to Cal OES to ask about if we were to begin changing our proclamation, could that compromise our ability to seek financial assistance for those homes who are still receiving assistance through that drought proclamation? The answer was I wanted to research it. So this Friday, we have Eric Lamoureux. You may remember him. He's our Inland Region Administrator from Cal OES, and the new Cal OES Recovery Director, John Moore, and they'll be here to meet with Craig and me on Friday. And we plan to have this conversation. So once we have that conversation, they will then run their recommendation through their legal, and then we'll be able to update our resolution based on their recommendations. So my recommendation to you today is that we would renew this proclamation, knowing that staff is working on a way to amend this to better reflect that we see a recharge in our surface water, but we're not seeing that same level of recharge in our fractured rock wells. So, and with that being said, we did talk about in the past board meeting about ways that we are going to work towards resolution for these homeowners who are receiving some water deliveries. And it's really difficult. We don't have a hard number as to how many definitely have not recharged yet. So beginning in February this month, a letter is being drafted. It will be sent out to every individual who is receiving these water deliveries. An appointment will be made with them. They will go in, they will fill the water tank. They will then disinfect the well, put it back together if there's, some of them, the plumbing has had to been changed. Some of it is just the flow. The valve that affects their flow. Once they do that, we will completely turn them back onto their wells and see if their wells will support their home. If it does not, environmental health will go back out to that home once it's been reported, recertify that the well is still experiencing issues, and we'll have a better documentation of how many homes really still need assistance. Because one thing that Cal OES is doing is they are honing in and wanting additional details. How many tanks are still being used? What was the cost to put in the tanks? How much do you think it's going to cost to uninstall the tanks? How much water are you delivering? And how long do you anticipate you're going to need to deliver this water? Which, of course, we don't know. But at least if we can find out of the 139 water deliveries, really there's maybe 25 that absolutely cannot support the health and sanitation of the home. Maybe we can then start looking for alternative ways, whether that is, can they purchase those water tanks so at least they can begin paying for their own water deliveries? Or maybe there's some low interest or no interest loans for people to drill new wells or deepen their existing wells. So we're trying to look at a lot of different opportunities and ways to assist homeowners, but we're trying to get that finite number of how many really need assistance. And with that, am I forgetting anything? Yep, go ahead.
So for the court stand area, those folks out there are going to be connected to the pipeline. So that's about 20 to 25 tanks out there that we'll know will have a sure connection to good water. We're still working to get the grant funding for them to hook up. So through CDBG. So Terry Cox and I have sent out a income survey to those folks. What we're going to do is we're going to be doing it on a parcel by parcel basis. So we sent them a letter with an income survey. We will be then gathering that and showing and giving that information to CDBG, and then Sheila Shanahan will be helping us to put together basically a bid package for doing the private laterals, so the pipeline from the home to the water meter. So we're still pretty confident that we're going to be able to make sure that happens, so that those folks out there that can't afford to pay that connection fee will have the ability to connect to that pipeline when it's down there. I think that's
one
yeah,
question.
Yes.
How many out in the courts area are we hooking up? I forgot the number.
So 50 residents have submitted a deposit. However, not all of those residents are on our tank program. Some of those are residents who just wanted to take advantage of the pipeline being brought down there, and they had the money to do that, so they wanted to make sure they got in on the project. And so we have about 35 people that are out there right now, and that's a combination of dry and contaminated. So we have, when the contamination issue was found out, that it kind of added a little extra complexity to it, because now some people have both dry wells and contaminated wells. Some people have only contaminated wells, and then there's some who have neither. Then, so there's three real there's three groups of folks that we're tracking with this. But right now with CDBG, it will be only those who have either a dry or contaminated well will and low income will be able to take advantage of those funds for the private laterals.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, we've talked, but for the benefit of the public, I think that the people that are on our dry well program, we need to kind of approach it a couple of different ways. Or I would recommend that we approach it a couple of different ways. First of all, I think there needs to be a recognition that this was an emergency program and not a permanent solution, okay? And I think we've been very clear as a government entity that was what we were working for. So having said that, there's obviously an inferred, although still undefined, end date to it, and there will be an end date to the funding, and the county's not in a real, as we heard with the tree mortality and our fair share of that and all the other things that we're doing, we're not in a position to continue that subsidy over the long term. So I think that we need to approach it with there is an end date, and although we don't know what it is, and I'm not sure that the consequences are precisely exact in terms of what the end date will be, but I think it's clear for people to assume that the government, after the April snowpack measurement, is going to have a really hard time justifying a continued state of emergency statewide. So let's talk about May 1st as a likely non-renewal date for the state of emergency, which will impact us. So we need to be kind of assuming that there's some point out there around that May 1st that we're going to have to start doing some transition planning, I think. The second thing is it's impossible to know how many of the dry wells that we got were actually directly related to the drought and how many were just wells that were very close to being bad wells anyway, and just went bad due to timing during the drought. There's also a lot of wells out there that haven't gone dry yet, but regardless of what happens, when we didn't have a drought, we were having dry wells every year. So at some point, I think that it behooves us to have some criterion by which we add additional people to this dry well program that could be very short-term in duration, okay? Because that's kind of false advertising to the person that we're adding into the dry well program. So, and it's another investment of state money to put a tank in and all that stuff. So we kind of need to look at it from, okay, at what point do we just say, okay, we're not going to put any more people into the program. We're going to help as many of the people in the program as we can transition out of that program. And we're going to continue to do the wonderful work that Ethan and Tracy are doing to try and find low-interest loans, other avenues that can help them do the financing to get a long-term solution that makes sense for them, okay? And obviously, some of that will be hooking up to surface water. Some of it will be continuing with the tank if we can mechanize that, and they just pay for the delivery of the water. And some of it will be they're going to drill a new hole in the ground, okay? But all those options need to be looked at. And I just think we need to, and I know you guys are doing it, but I just want the public to know that we're kind of probably coming with this year's rainfall and snowfall. We're probably going to come to the end of this sometime mid-year, where we're going to be able to continue to support this program with state funding. And I also want people to understand that there is a difference between surface water drought and groundwater drought, and it's important to understand that we have to deal with both. TUD is predominantly a surface water business, and I want to emphasize they're a business. It's a public business, but it is a business. They have to pay their bills as well. And there's a lot of pressure from organizations like TUD to have the governor come off the drought. And the reason is because the State Water Resources Control Board is using the drought emergency as an excuse to propagate water rationing or water conservation measures that don't make good business sense for not just TUD, but every irrigation district and utility district in the state. And until that state of emergency goes away, those state-imposed goals that don't make business sense are going to stay in place. At least that seems to be the nature of the beast. So If we want to help, in our case, TUD, have reasonable conservation limits or have no limits at all placed on them when they don't need to have any limits, and they can go generate a full revenue package as opposed to losing 38% or 39% of their revenue in the worst year of the drought, then I think we need to support that. So at some point, we need to have and you talked about it, but we need to have our resolution worded such that we can both support TUD on the surface water side, but also support our emergency clients on the groundwater side.
I did want to add really quickly that for your board's information and for the public that I did reach out to Cindy Elliott at RCAC in Modesto, and their low-interest loan well deepening and new welling drilling program is still in effect. That information can be found on our website under the Office of Emergency Services page. Under the drought, there's a link to the application as well as Cindy's contact information.
Awesome, Ethan. Thank you.
All right, is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back.
I'll move on the staff recommendation to continue the state of emergency due to drought.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Hanfeld. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Will the clerk please read item 15?
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by California Emergency Service Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to severe weather and flooding.
Okay, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. So this item first came before you right after the January storms, where we had some, Q and Mill Road was one of those where they put a temporary bridge in. We've had several other areas, and then Cal OES and then FEMA have been in, and the estimated damage before this storm was at a little over $5.5 million. So these are different. A few of you have heard me talk about this. We had the January 9th, 3rd through the 12th, and then we had 19th through the 23rd. As you know, the governor on January 23rd issued 2 different emergency proclamations, and what's happening is while we had the storms between January 3rd and the 12th, then we had another set of storms for the 19th and the 23rd, staff has to track each of these incidents as separate incidents. So you don't have to do a new proclamation, but most of this is falling to David's staff with CRA. Tanya is working closely with Auditor Controller, and they're setting up a lot of different mechanisms for that accounting, because if we get any CDAA or, which is the California Disaster Assistance Act, and or FEMA, we have to make these different incidents in which we would, so anything that happened in the middle would not be eligible, but anything that happens within that incident becomes eligible. So today we are reviewing the need to renew that proclamation. This current storm this week, they're saying, can bring another 7.5 inches of rain between today and this Friday. And then just within the break, I was called by Lieutenant Earhart because he needed to do an emergency notification for Q and Mill Road. Apparently, Cedar Ridge is kind of, I don't know if landlocked is the right word. I'll defer to David here, and he's going to give you some more information. So, you know, Lieutenant Earhart did do an emergency notification that went out to and anyone who's registered. It'll get their cell phones and any other maybe office lines, but it went to their homes. 542 notifications, letting them know that you cannot get into the area, you cannot get out, and they're working with Bellevue School on the kids that are at school right now. And again, I'm going to defer to David to give you a more detailed update.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, right now I have all the staff out there trying to assess further what's going on, but at this time what we have the information is that area is cut off. If we can show some of the pictures, if they'll pop up here. Is that the right one? Yes, that's the incident feed. You can see from the depth of that is not passable. And from the predictions on the length of the storm, that will be impassable for 24 to 48 hours at least. It's going to take some time for that water to dissipate, come down the hill, but it looks like the storm is going to continue, and we have some more intense thunderstorms later this afternoon, which will intensify and cause this problem to worsen. What we're trying to avoid is somebody to try to pass through that, either get stranded or worse yet, washed off on the side of that. On the other side of that, I believe, is a pond, and we don't want that to have a major issue in there. So I have Tanya and the road crew out there getting hold of the fire department, the sheriff's department, trying to keep this at least monitored. We do have our staff prioritized right now in other areas, trying to keep this from happening. South Fork also has a problem, and we have several other culverts that we're watching as well right now. So we have most of the road crew, if not all this engineering staff, out watching and trying to prevent more of this from happening. Right now, it's unavoidable. It's going to be at least 24 to 48 hours. My understanding is they're looking for an alternate route. I think I did speak with Supervisor Handbelt a little about it. I am unfamiliar with that area, other than I know I can go over the top of Mount Elizabeth, but I don't think that's passable by a vehicle. It's not four-wheel drive, especially in this type of weather. So they're looking at it. They're exploring it. It's all the information we have right now, and we'll be trying to keep you abreast of any further items that we've come aware of. Happy to answer any questions.
Thankfully, on the other side of the closure is, and I just was discussing this with Supervisor Handbelt, there's a small firehouse, so there are some limited resources on the other side of the closure. There's only one way we can get emergency vehicles in, which is an old evacuation road that is most likely only going to be kept open for emergency vehicles because it's not a safe road, and to have several hundred people coming in and out of that road, not only could it block it, but it could be dangerous and cause some harm or fatalities, and we don't want that to happen. So California Highway Patrol is out there. They're stopping, and I know Tanya had sent me something looking for more law enforcement throughout the day because people are bypassing our barricades, and she's very concerned someone will be injured or hurt. So, again, we'll all keep you up to date. We will all meet a little bit later today. I'll set up a time for all of us to then meet, and then we'll send out an update. One of us will get one out to the whole group as we learn more.
Are we looking at opening an evacuation center or something for those folks that won't be able to get home tonight?
Yeah, so, and I think we just brought that up right before the meeting is I'm trying to get a handle on it. I will talk with Red Cross. They've been great in helping us with that to try and figure out exactly where would be the best place to make this available and how could we make this happen. So it is being considered, yes.
And lastly, Tracy, did you say that the kids are going to be sheltered at the school? What?
I have not heard. They're trying to deal with that right now and trying to get a handle on how many kids are actually there, how many of the parents went and got them out. So it's just kind of an evolving thing.
Sure.
Tanya did not have a hand on that. I was trying to keep her out. She was trying to come in here, and I'd said no, just deal with the issue. So we don't know, to answer your question.
That was a conversation that Lieutenant Earhart had been having with Bellevue School, and I don't know if that's been resolved. But again, what our plan is, we will all meet once we're able to get a little more information. We'll meet this afternoon and get an update to all of you before we leave. Oh, there's one other picture if you guys want to see real quick. I think it's Turnback Creek. Either one. These were sent actually by Dory Beats at the Tribe, just as you can see. This was several hours ago where the water was just underneath the bridge. So, again, monitoring this to make sure if it comes up over that roadway that we'll have to close that off as well.
Bridge is that?
It's Turnback Creek. I'm not really.
Is it going to your house?
I think it is Tuolumne Road.
Is it really?
That's Tuolumne Road. That's what, yeah, because she was concerned we'd have to close off Tuolumne Road.
I think that's.
I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah.
Not anymore.
You used to have some property on the creek.
I probably got trailers and things.
So anyways, just another picture of what's going on out there.
And it's going to get worse.
Why don't you look at your phone? Okay.
Yeah. I've got a non-related question to these two emergencies. But Italian Bar Road was washed out on a previous one. Is that still washed out? I never got an update on that. I'll wait. He's responding to a higher authority.
I can call the school district. I'll see if I can get that.
Before you run, what's the status of Italian Bar?
That's where the crews are headed. So I don't know, we haven't lost anything yet, but we have a lot of culverts that are being plugged.
But did we ever reopen the Italian bar, I guess was my question.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Just those portions, but we're worried about further losses.
Yeah, I understand.
So, I'll make this call.
Any other questions?
Randy, tell me to talk to Mike.
Any, excuse me, any public comment? Bring it back to the board.
Madam Chair, I move that we continue the resolution for state of emergency due to extreme weather and flooding.
I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Rotifer. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Will the clerk please read item 16?
Consideration of adopting a universal resolution designating the county administrator or deputy county administrator as the agent for all matters pertaining to federal and state disaster assistance, the assurance and agreements required.
Okay, I promise this is my last one today.
Yeah, be sure and qualify that.
I'd like it to be forever, right, for anything OES.
Trace, I'm glad you're sitting in that chair.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so the item before you today, this was actually quick, and it's really an administrative function more than anything else. As you know, we submit for reimbursement for the California Disaster Assistance Act, and we did our first reimbursement request back in August of 2016. One of the things they're not real fast about is actually doing the reimbursement. We haven't actually received it yet. It's approximately $300,000. I've called 3 times and emailed 4 times and finally got back that we did not have a current universal resolution on file. So this item before you is to do a universal resolution that would allow the county administrator or a deputy county administrator to sign all grant-related documents that would allow us to do reimbursement requests and correspond with them without having to come to the board every time. This is something that is on, it's good for 3 years. This is actually something I do every year as part of our EMPG and Homeland Security grant. But when I sent it to them, they actually went online and looked at the minutes, and since it was tied directly to those 2 grants, they wouldn't accept it. So this one is specifically just for emergencies, and again would allow us from the date to day for an additional 3 years to do any correspondence or anything we needed to do in writing or signatures for 3 years. And I'm asking that your board would approve this so that we can move forward.
Any board questions? Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
A motion by Supervisor Rotifer, second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Would the clerk please read item 17?
Consideration of adopting a resolution approving 2017 through 2021 Tuolumne County Employee OE3 MOU.
Where's mine?
Not yet. Good morning. Good afternoon. It's Ann Fremd, HR Risk Manager. Before you today, we'll save that for the last one. Tracy moved out. I'm moving in. Okay. Is the Tuolumne County Employees OE3 Memorandum of Understanding. We have met and conferred over the following items, and we have an MOU with this bargaining unit from January 1st, 2017 through December 31st, 2020. In this MOU, we have salary adjustments in the form of cost of living adjustments as well as equity adjustments identified by the Koff and Associates report to bring the positions within this unit to within 10% of the median. February 5th, all of the classifications will receive a 2% COLA. July 1st of 2017, the equity adjustments bringing everybody down to 17% will be recognized. Then July 1st, 2018, we'll do another 2% COLA with equity adjustments down to 15%. July 1st, 2019, we'll do equity adjustments down to 13% and another 2% COLA. And finally, July 1st, 2020, equity adjustments to bring everyone within 10% of the median with a 2% COLA. We've increased their compensatory time off balance from 40 hours to 60 hours. We also had some really confusing pay differential language in the prior MOU that we've cleaned up. and have elaborated on, which allows bargaining unit members to receive a 2.5% differential for a certificate, degree, or registered license, not a driver's license, a registered license, or 5% for 2 or more of these. Obviously, the work has to be directly applicable to your job, your degree applicable to your job, or the license registration that you have will allow the county to use you instead of a consultant to perform work that would save the county money. The cafeteria plan was substantially changed. As I've said in prior board presentations, we had the Affordable Care Act affordability issue, plus we have the Flores decision, which requires us to use our cash in lieu portion of the cafeteria to be considered as taxable income. So all of the work that we did on the cafeteria was to make sure we were in compliance with all of those legal issues. And the social workers that are assigned to protective services will all receive a 5% pay differential to recognize the difficulty of the work that they perform. So it is recommended that your board approve the attached Tuolumne County Operating Engineers Memorandum of Understanding and associated resolution.
Are there any questions? Any public comment? Bring it back for action.
Move on staff recommendation.
I'll second that, but I'd like to say thank you for the extra effort, not only from your office but from the other side, the employees. I mean, this is a milestone that is important for us to move forward. So I'm pleased to second the motion.
Thank you.
Motion from Supervisor Rutherford, second from Supervisor Hanfeld. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 18, and I'm holding a standing ovation till we get to
Yeah, I was holding all
So
the.
I may dance at the end. I'm
Yeah,
just
well-
letting everyone know.
Just so you
I just didn't want to have to repeat myself.
Correct. Item 18, please.
Consideration of adopting a resolution approving the 2017-21 Attorneys Association Unit Memorandum of Understanding.
Okay, before you is the 2017 to 2021 Attorneys Unit Association Memorandum of Understanding. The term of the MOU is January 1st through June 30th of 2021. They will also receive salary adjustments in the forms of cost of living adjustments as well as equity adjustments identified in the Koff and Associates survey. July 1st, 2017, they get a 3% COLA with all equity adjustments down to 17% of the median. July 1st, 2018, a 2% COLA, equity adjustments to within 15% of the median. July 1st, 2019, a 2% COLA with equity adjustments to 13%. And July 1st, 2020, a 2% COLA with equity adjustments down to 10%. This bargaining unit is a small bargaining unit and has an extremely high turnover rate. So we have extended the retention incentive pay down to 5 years instead of the normal 10 to help retain the people that are working in this to a lot of money to get them trained and up to speed. And we are trying not to be the training grounds anymore. So hopefully the salary, the cost of living adjustments in this will help stem that flow. This bargaining unit has no non-exempt employees are all exempt. So we only had to worry about affordability, the Affordable Care Act affordability with this bargaining unit and not the Flores decision. So their amounts were also changed. So it's recommended your board approve the attached Tuolumne County Attorneys Unit Association Memorandum of Understanding and associated resolution.
Any questions from the board? Is there any public comment? Bring it back for action.
I'll move approval of the resolution approving the 2017-2021 Attorneys Association Unit Memorandum of Understanding.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Hanfeld, second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Will the clerk please read item 19?
Consideration of adopting a resolution approving the 2017 through 2020 Tuolumne County Executive Confidential Compensation Plan.
So before I get going on this one, this is finally the last outstanding MOU that's for all county employees. But I'm the face that you see at the board, but there's a lot of people behind me that do a lot of work. Obviously, we have the bargaining units and the relationship with them, but I have Kim Phipps, my analyst, who did tons of costing, spent countless hours trying to understand the laws and changes. Once we get through all that, she was my support at the bargaining table. We have my other staff that spends a lot of hours inputting salary steps, recalculating everything, payroll department figuring out how to make all this changes. So it's a huge team effort. And as you know, I've spent a lot of time in closed session with the board as we all worked through this process. So it's been well vetted and well done, and I'm just very happy and couldn't thank my support team more. So finally before you is the 2017 to 2020 Tuolumne County Executive Confidential Compensation Plan. This unit includes all county department heads, the county administrator, deputy county administrator, and county council. So everything I'm about to explain is also applied to those positions. We have salary adjustments that will occur over the term of this MOU. The first one is effective July 1st, 2017, where all classifications receive a 3% COLA and equity adjustments down to 17%. July 1st, 2018, another 3% COLA with equity adjustments down to 15%, and July 1st, 2019, a 2% COLA and equity adjustments down to 13%. In this bargaining unit, we have 6 positions that are non-exempt. Those positions right now are qualified to receive merit incentive pay, which is a 2% differential, recognizing being at a high step and just exceeding expectations. That incentive pay will be eliminated for all confidential members effective July 1st, 2017, and will be converted to base pay. There's retention incentive pay. Currently, for all members of this bargaining unit, we do an annual increase of 0.5% once you've reached 10 years. So at 10 years, you get 10 ranges, 11 years, 11 ranges, and so forth and so on. Every other bargaining unit has a 5-year increment. We are switching back to 5 years, July 1st, 2018. So what will happen is we will look at the differential you're receiving. You will be frozen at that differential till you are eligible at the next 5-year increment to increase. You'll be at 10, 15, 20, 25, 30-year increments instead of annually. This bargaining unit receives a deferred comp match by the county. For people with less than 5 years of service, they receive a 7% match, and for people with more than 5 years, they get an 8% match. We are making that available to employees without requiring them to contribute the same amount that the county contributes. There's a number of people in our bargaining unit that aren't able to afford to do the full match. So this is just a really nice way of saying thank you for them. The cafeteria plan, as with all the other bargaining units, we had Affordable Care Act affordability issues. And this bargaining unit, because it's mixed of exempt and non-exempt, also has the Flores impact. So they, too, have agreed to substantially change the cafeteria plan. And that is the summary of that bargaining unit. So it's recommended your board approve the attached Tuolumne County Executive Confidential Association Memorandum of Understanding and approved associated resolution.
I will start.
That's on the next. Yeah, but that's the next item. I talked to Sarah, sorry.
I will start to my left, Supervisor Rotifer.
Sure. Now, since this is your last shot at the podium today.
No, I have one more.
Oh, well.
It's just not an MOU.
Yeah, okay, it's not an MOU. But I'm going to do it anyway now, since I got started and my brakes don't work. I want to thank a whole lot of people. First of all, I want to thank our employees because they took some hits coming down. We made a commitment to try and get some of, if not most of, and I don't know that we'll ever get to all, but get back to some kind of a parity, and I think that we've done that. But I want to thank them for helping us through some very, very tough times and for being very productive members of a very seemingly, from my perspective, because I've only been here for 4 years, nonstop bargaining effort over that 4-year period. We have constantly been either starting in the middle of or completing bargaining with all of our bargaining units for that entire time. And having said that, we just heard about part of our staff doing yeomen's work on some of our emergency situations, and that and this also come on top of the normal day-to-day operations of the county government. And the fact that our employees have responded to all of that without really lowering the performance of the county government and their otherwise normal day-to-day tasks. And especially, Ann, I want to thank you and your office. Again, I think you're gonna sleep for about 72 hours and maybe go on a 2-week vacation or something. But yeah, there you go. But not just you, because I know you've already said it. It's your staff as well. Craig has been involved, obviously. County Council has been involved. So there's a lot of folks that get involved in this, and the fact that we've done it without losing services to our real customers, the people of Tuolumne County, kudos to you. And having said that, I will move on staff recommendation to adopt the resolution approving the 2017-2020 Executive Confidential Compensation Plan.
Okay, so before we get to that, I need to ask if there's any public comment on this item. Seeing none, I'll bring it back. Are there any other comments from the board?
Yeah, he
I'll
left
save
one thing
mine for
out.
the last.
What'd I leave out?
Not only did our employees that you were thanking do a great job and kept things going, most of them stayed at their jobs.
Yes, absolutely.
Did not leave. That's their indication, their dedication, commitment, and passion for the people of Tuolumne County, and that's a big deal.
Mm-hmm. And I'll save my comments until after item 20 also. So motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Royce. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
If you would like now, or we can wait till after the next one.
No, that one didn't count.
Okay.
Will the clerk please read item 20?
Consideration of adopting a resolution increasing elected official salaries.
The elected officials are also identified in the Executive Confidential MOU, but and they are entitled to all the benefits that I just explained in the prior board item, but their salaries cannot be set with everyone else's. Theirs requires a resolution. The position of assessor recorder, the clerk, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, district attorney, and the sheriff coroner in July 1st of 2016 were treated as all of the other positions in the executive confidential unit and the county, where they received market adjustments bringing them down to 19% and 2% COLA. These positions are recommended to also receive the same treatment as the other bargaining units, where July 1st, 2017, these positions would receive a 3% COLA as well as a equity adjustment down to 17%. And on July 1st, 2018, equity adjustments down to 15% with a 3% COLA. in speaking with the electeds, the reason they didn't go for the full 3-year term is because 2018 is an election year, and they did not want to tie the hands of the, if they rerun, they don't run, whomever gets elected into those positions, so that way they could meet and discuss their own ongoing salary issues. So should your board approve the attached resolutions, the salary for elected officials would be established as presented on this board item, and it's recommended that your board approve the resolution adjusting the elected officials' salaries pursuant to Section 2.52.020 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Madam Chair, I move on staff recommendations. I would like to just make a comment. I think Supervisor Rutherford and Hanvelt said most everything that I would want to say, but you know, we have just such a fantastic county staff that just gives and gives, and want to thank them for the work they have done, but also negotiations are tough, and nobody is going to get everything, and you know, if we had a blank check, everybody would get what they want. But again, thank you for the job. Thank everybody that was involved.
I just want to take a minute and echo those comments because I will say I think that my first 4 years it did feel like we were in continual bargaining. And I cannot thank both leadership here and county staff across the spectrum for their ability to work through this process. We committed to doing the class and comp study knowing that we were competing with counties that had a completely different economic viability than we do in Tuolumne County. And our staff understands that. They understand that when you live in a public lands county, 75% public lands, it is a different dynamic. We love living here. They worked with us. They have been partners in this, and cannot overemphasize my gratitude to them for working through this process, and to the leadership of this county for getting it done. And so, thank you. I need to ask if there is any public comment on this item.
Did you get a second?
I'm going to come back and ask, and I have a motion from Supervisor Gray. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, everyone.
Gonna toot our horn.
And a job well done.
Great job, Ann. Great job.
It's called take some time off.
Thank you. No, and looking forward to what we're going to get done now that we're not bargaining. Yes. Do I have board consensus to take item 22?
Certainly.
Yes.
All right. Will the clerk please read item 22?
This is the first item for 22. Actually, we need to recess as the Board of Supervisors.
Yes, and so I'm going to recess as the Board of Supervisors and reconvene as the Board of Equalization.
And the first item is consideration of approving minutes of the meeting of January 17th, 2017.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing
Public.
none, any public comment? Motion by Supervisor Rutherford, second by Supervisor Hanfeld. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, this B is after a hearing, appeal hearing, the consideration of accepting a stipulation of reduction assessment for Sharon Alley Cologne. It's a houseboat, and it's application number 7 for fiscal year 20 15 through 2016, waiving the appearance of the applicant and the change of assessed value from $133,138 to $115,400.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Reed Adamson, Assistant Assessor, with Melissa Walsh, our Auditor Appraiser from the Assessor's Office. Before your consideration today, we have the application number 7, but we also have a signed stipulation for the reduced assessment. Just to kind of shorten things, we've worked with the applicant for this last year. We presented the valuation that we came up with to them. They accepted that valuation after we presented the documentation and research to them, and they've signed the stipulation for the reduced assessment from $133,138 to $115,400. Are there any questions? That's pretty much about it.
No questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Supervisor.
They signed the stipulation, and their value was they proposed a considerably lower value.
Right. They had.
$47,000.
Well, what they had done is we have to value the property as of January 1 of each year. They sold their houseboat in the end of June, 1st of July for $85,000, and felt that should be their value. That's 6-7 months past the lien date. Plus, they had put it out to a broker. That's in the packet there. They put it out to a broker to sell it. The broker is located down in San Diego, which we looked at things, and he wasn't familiar that there's a possessory interest right on that, and there's a value that's added to that. So that's why we looked at that and presented we couldn't change the possessory interest value because that's set each year, but we were able to lower the value of the boat by looking at sales. We couldn't find any sales in California, but we did find some. We found 3 sales outside of California. The closest one was Las Vegas. One was in Page, Arizona, and one was in Branson, Missouri. The 2, one in Page sold. We don't know what they sold for. We just know the asking price. The one in, Branson, Missouri also sold. We don't know what they had actually sold for. We just know what they were asking. We don't know how much they were willing to come down from their asking price. The one in Las Vegas has not sold as of yet, and so we figured that one was probably pretty close. It was also 3 years older than their boat, and so that was what we accepted as it fell within the range, and so we said, well, the most that we would go would be to the $68,000, and that's what we settled on, and they agreed to that. Their value, if you'll look on the application, they valued the boat at $54,700 out of the $85,000. So they were willing. They knew that the boat was a little bit more than that. So we settled with the $68,000 plus the permit value of $47,400, and brings it up to $115,400.
Okay. No other questions?
Is there any public comment? Bring it back.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
All right. I've got a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. I will
Thank you.
recess as the Board of Equalization and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors. And item 21.
This is a presentation and report on the January 12th, 13th, 2017 Board of Supervisors Planning Retreat.
23. Get that over with and then do the report.
Whatever you'd like to do. Proceed?
Proceed, please.
Okay. All right. Well, Madam Chair, members of the board, in my time as the county CAO, we've actually had 4 retreats. One was about 6 years ago that I believe Supervisors Gray and Hanvelt participated in. And were you there for that one too? Okay, excuse
Barely.
me, Supervisor Royce. I'm
Barely.
losing track. Demerit. I don't get whistles. No, but that was that was a unique retreat, and that's the first one in many, many years. And the unique thing about that retreat is that's when we've developed the first ever mission, vision, values, code of ethics, conduct, and so forth for the county of Tuolumne. And I remember Supervisor Hanvelt making some pretty pointed comments about the effectiveness of that particular retreat. But then it was a period of years, and then we got into a series of retreats with Mr. Bill Chiat with the Alta Mesa group, and with that hat on, to help serve as our facilitator. So this is the third in a series of retreats that have helped to help us think big thoughts, get away from the day-to-day grind, think big, longer-term thoughts, and then help to formulate at the end what your upcoming priorities and goals for the county would be. So this retreat this last year was held on January 12th and 13th up at the newly minted and opened Rush Creek Lodge. It was a 2-day affair, and consistent with our practice in the last several years. There was an opening on the first day at the very beginning with just the board having an opportunity to talk with Mr. Chiat. This particular retreat, there was a period of reflection on progress over the prior year and your governance of the county and what you saw coming. Also then looking towards 2020 and what the collective vision of the board, the direction might be. This is all, again, before engaging with departments. There was then a break where your department directors, department heads joined and got into a discussion about their achievements. And then to talk about what are some of the changes that are occurring globally that could have an impact or are indeed having an impact on what we do here in county government. After lunch, every department had opportunity to talk about the top opportunities that they were facing, the threats and risks that they were facing, and then the resource needs that they were facing to try and seize those opportunities and address those risks and threats. And that was each of those reports were given to you in a binder, just summarizing in one page those things for each department. When that was then completed, we went on and the departments came up with what they felt should be the county-wide priorities over the next 12 to 18 months. When that was done, that was the end of the day one. When we gathered on day two, primarily with the board, we took a time to reflect on what some of the reflections of the day before, things that struck you as being priorities, and then actually came down to say these are indeed the highest priorities that you felt at that time. So what I'm going to do is, as I've done in past years, I'm going to just hit some highlights of each of these sections. And again, I know that you know these things. It's a good reminder for us all, but I also know that this is recorded for Granicus, and it's good for the broader county staff to be able to go back and see and hear about, and also the public at large, since they were not there. So with your indulgence, I'm going to walk back and try to hit some of these highlights. So I am not going to go point by point, and I know you can't read this from that far, so I'll just hit some of these points. So day one, when your board gathered and you're reflecting on some of the things from the past, I'm just going to hit on some of the points here. Like it was, first comment was that we were finally moving out of survival mode. We're not pushing up clover right now and flush with cash. But we are passing out of the survival mode we had been in with the Great Recession. It was interesting, the board had commented, not sure that the public really knows what county government does to bring value to your constituents. And the board was just asking, how can we do a better job in getting that information out to the public. The board commented a lot about people wanting jobs, and you're asking yourselves, how do we create an environment that would foster jobs? what does that public looking for employment, what do they need, and what can county government do to facilitate that? Your board had commented that we'd done a pretty good job on focusing on our priorities, such as the progress made in areas such as the primal scream. Carl will forever be known, for that phrase, bargaining and things like that. The board had just acknowledged that at RCRC events, CSAC events, that Tuolumne County had distinguished itself amongst other rural counties, overall leadership and achievement, which may seem self-serving, but it is true that the county, amongst the smaller counties in the state, has distinguished itself. One of the things I wanted to note, because I thought it was a very thoughtful discussion that your board had, we had talked about the term affordable housing, and your board wasn't taking to task that phrase, affordable housing, but you were spinning it back purposefully to say, what can Tuolumne County do to make housing affordable? That's actually very important, because you're looking to see what can we do with our systems and processes here to make housing more affordable, and again, what influence can you exert in state and otherwise to try and influence those things to also help make housing affordable. Skipping down, again, your board was talking about the importance of working with other governments, the city, special districts throughout our community, and the importance of that. Back in that area of jobs, what opportunity there need to be opportunities to train the workforce that we have in our community for the jobs that are available within our community. So how can we best do that through things that we do directly or indirectly through organizations like the Motherlode Job Training Agency, the college, and others. Had a lot of discussion about our general plan, how your board's focus was getting that right, because that is the constitution of the county as far as where's development going to occur, what type of development, etc. And you only get a crack at that every so many decades. So you wanted to get that right, so you took the time to pull that in to bring focus to it, and that's still going to be a focus in the coming year at least. I think everyone was getting exhausted just talking about a lot of the things that we needed to look at, and then just the comment made: how do we allocate limited resources to all the work that we have to do, because it is limited resource. And there was a lot of discussion about how the new federal administration might impact what this organization does, and what you folks need to be thinking about, and the rest of your county management team. So after our period of reflection, and again I'm just hitting some of the high points there, then came Bill challenged us all to look to 2020 and what are the things that we need to be thinking about. And your first point was exercising fiscal discipline, and we have, but we needed to continue to do so. We've made a lot of commitments and just needed to do what we do well, is move forward, but yet be disciplined in how we handle our finances. Consistent with that, there was discussion about what does our total fiscal picture look like. And I know that's something that we've presented to you, a liabilities report that looks at our debts, our liabilities for things like our leave, PERS, those kinds of things. We do multi-year forecasting. We have a capital improvement program, but that's freshening all those documents up and making sure that that's in front of you guys, so that you have good information from which to make appropriate decisions for the county's future. Coming onto the horizon, well known that the board has not been happy with our solid waste franchise agreements and the arrangements that we have. Well, the end of those agreements is coming sooner than you might think. I think it was 2022 when those are coming to an end, and if we want to see changes, we're going to have to start thinking about that and planning towards that today. We were talking about all the transitions that are not just happening within this organization as far as long-term employees, but also throughout the community. And actually, if you went beyond, the focus was in our community, but in the state, federal, there's a lot of people that are changing over with that institutional knowledge. So there's a loss of knowledge and skills, but yet there's an opportunity with new people coming in. But as all this transition occurs, it really is about relationship and governing, particularly at the local level, and the networks that are necessary, the networks of people and organizations and how we get things done. This morning's presentation on tree mortality was a great example of that, and we need to do everything we can to build those and maintain and maximize those relationships as much as possible. The importance of implementing that bargaining plan that we just got done with, the last of that today. Roads and facilities, particularly in roads, your board has spent a lot of time along with staff in trying to influence the state and federal government in the area of roads. Marijuana regulations, I think maybe one of those things, please let this cut pass us by, but it is here, and it's something that we have to deal with, your board is dealing with, and more is to come in the future. We've been talking about it, but now it's here. The forest plan and coordination and implementation of that plan going to take a huge amount of time and focus by this board and staff. The relicensing of water and energy facilities, something that this board's talked about, but again, those times are here and we need to pay attention. So again, this is just hitting some of the high points of your reflections on what was coming in 2020. At this point, the departments joined you. You can almost start to read some of these now. And again, just hitting some of the high points. The teamwork that went into supporting the entrepreneurs behind Rush Creek Lodge. This board using your CDBG programs, assistance with staff, our red teams that work together with them, helping them through it. It was it's a very aggressive project. There's a lot that went into the construction. No large project that goes without challenges, but working together, that new facility is open, and it's going to be is already a huge asset to our community. That was teamwork. Some of the things that, again, I'm just hitting some of these because I can't hit them all. I know there's a lot of pride in some of the upgrades in our archives and recorder software. Our new megabyte property tax system, one of the primal screen projects, is in motion and getting accomplished. We've been able to scan and put online things such as our resolutions and minutes for this board. We've been able to finish construction on the juvenile facility. There's some final tweaks going on so we can get that open, but that's been a long time coming. Your board was able, after this retreat, to actually go to the Child and Family Visitation Center out at the old TGH campus and hear sounded like a very compelling story. Again, I was out sick that day about why that is so important and how you can make a difference in the lives of people. Of course, we just talked a lot about tree mortality. We moved from planning to a lot of projects that were happening in the area of drought, the 2-mile pipeline extension down in Jamestown, and the people that are going to be served, by that. Notable that we had 100% customer satisfaction in our in-house fleet services program. Great work. Just happens to be here through our Treasurer Tax Collector's office, and having an agreement with Airbnb and discussions with VRBO to make sure that we're getting the TOT, transient occupancy tax, we should. We need to break.
It's hard to see what you're referring to with David.
Oh, David, could you move? Sorry.
I can solve that.
Okay.
It's not that you're not good looking, David.
Well, moving on, again, huge it's been discussed for years, but high priority is getting a countywide new auto aid agreement for our fire services. That'll be a huge assistance for our residents in increasing their service or improving their service. Again, in partnership with many folks, not the least of which being the tribe, and bringing back the Strawberry Music Festival. We thought we might have lost it forever. When the rim fire happened and they had to move out of the Camp Mather area, but they're back home using property controlled by the tribe. A fun one was the chapel that was built downstairs on the 3rd floor, and that's been a good use of that space and well received by the public. And anyway, fun is had by all there. Skipping up at our airports, the first federal funded project out at Columbia Airport in years has been completed, and there's more to come. Your board approved a new long-term ambulance operations, contract after looking at different options and trying different things, but we have a proven provider and now a longer-term agreement. There's millions of dollars of road grants and projects that have been secured and delivered. At this one of Bev's last retreat, mentioning how proud she was of that engineering unit over in the CRA, and she was right in pointing that out because they've done an outstanding job, the best unit that we've had since I've been here for sure. Plans and specs for the new jail have been submitted and are moving forward. Still looking forward to being able to bid that project, come the spring. Long time, coming for that. Essential to our law and justice system. We have a new chief probation officer, and closely related to that, a new MOU with the courts that govern the relationship between the courts, the county, and that chief probation officer. Not a small thing. Some other fun things is the Courthouse Park Rehab Project. We've been able to also have Roca Park improvement projects as well. We were able to make the improvements up at the Tuolumne Pool and also make necessary adjustments in our pay structures and incentives to actually solve the lifeguard challenges we've been having countywide. We've been able to reduce the number of monitoring wells out at our landfills from 6 to 2, saving a lot of money. Maybe it may seem like a small thing, but it's a big thing. The staff that took the time to make that happen, and it saves money on an ongoing basis. Been able to secure a new livestock advisor for the county. The sheriff, very notably, has been the advances he's made in his own mini prison industries through his office and the jail, the nursery that's growing trees and so forth that will also support replanting up in the Stanislaus National Forest. And a shout out went to the sheriff's office as well as their creative use of Facebook and communicating with the public. So again, a lot of things that were up here. I've only touched on a handful, and there's a lot more. We just ran out of time. So a lot of good work and a lot of achievement, by your county staff. This discussion on the global changes, I was sitting back reflecting on this earlier when I put these things up, and this is really very notable, a lot of these things, how time has changed things. We know there's going to be a big change because of the new federal administration, probably the most dramatic in many, many years. That's not a political comment, just an observation that others had made as well. We've seen that big migration from out-of-state prisons, to either local, either on the streets or into local jails. Then more people that are coming out of jails and now being watched through some of these, through our probation offices and things like that. Thinking about how people get their information now. It's we don't use snail mail so much, and even emails getting old. It's all about Twitter and Facebook and things like that. That's where people get their information today. Even our own president is on Twitter a lot. My things have changed. It was commented how connected our world is, increasingly so. It was commented that most of the hits on the county website happens after hours, so that we really have become a 24/7 based operation and need to pay attention to the fact that half of those hits come after hours and how that's an opportunity that we need to seize to better serve people. We were talking about the era of free agency. People aren't necessarily rooted to one organization, and they're going to be sought after. And I don't think we're going to get to the day of player trades between organizations, but anyway, the point being they're mobile, and we need to stay sharp and reach out and attract folks and then do what we can to retain them. Comments such as the acceptance today of drug use. It's much more accepted than it's ever been before. Just a huge societal change. The healthcare system and the changes that have been made and are being made. Again, a comment later about who knows what where our healthcare system in this country is going to go, but it's already gone through some major changes. How we've got a shortfall in teachers and millennials looking for jobs and how they look at jobs differently than we do, and the debt that the millennials have coming out of school, out of college, and so forth. Terrorism. we've never used to have to think about these things, but now it's an everyday part of our world. The change in transportation, fuels, self-driving cars, how things have changed in there. Climate change and how things have changed there, and that's part of what we have to deal with on an everyday basis with the state and the federal government. Cybersecurity and the future of media, just like how we get information, people get information has changed. That's changing how media. It's changing our media before us. And then the last thing was just people commented on what appeared to be conflicts between state and federal agencies. And I think they were just thinking specifically, I know in California, I'm not familiar outside, but I think that was the focus is, with the new president coming in and our governor of California being a little bit at odds, with one another, at least philosophically. We'll see how that all, settles in. So these were all comments of folks, just talked about the, the climate that we're in, the environment that we're in as we do our business. So when we talked about what was most important, this was the list that we had from our departments. We talked about needing to have a laser focus on a few things to do extremely well. The general plan was certainly high on that priority list. We talked about opportunities to enhance revenues for our long-term growth to help provide good services for our residents. There's comments made earlier in this regard, though, but we do not want to put additional burdens on our existing taxpayers if we can at all help that. There's quite a bit more discussion this year about county facilities and infrastructure. That led to a discussion about building and financing plans, not only to take care of what we have, but also additional buildings that we need. There was quite a discussion, again, amongst our law and justice partners. We got a juvenile facility, we got a jail, hopefully we're going to get a court, but we still need a sheriff's admin building, new dispatch center. We need new offices for a public defender, DA, probation as we move and begin to occupy the law and justice center, to name a few. Folks were suggesting looking at some lower cost administrative positions to free up executive time. And then we kind of stopped and hovered on this point, and I'll touch on it at the very end here, staff development. That's part of the recruitment, retention, and development of leadership within our organization. So this was the end of our discussion with the departments at the end of the first day. And then we came back the next morning, and then the board had a lot of reflections on what we had, talked about. And I can go back and touch on any one of these things, but what you can see on all these different topics, as your board tried to come up with what your top priorities were, that's where you can see like there's A's and B's, and in some cases things like what's on the radar, and trying to come up with what really was the most important things. And I'm just going to transition over, and I should have used a different font when I wrote this, but trying to extract out of these reflections and what your board was saying those priorities are, this is my summation of what those the priorities of the retreat were. There was acknowledgement of prior commitments that you've already made, and we talked a lot about them today, as a matter of fact. IT projects, again, the primal scream, good progress made, got a lot more to do. Bargaining implementation, that's an absolute commitment. Law and justice projects, we're in motion out there. We've got juvenile, we're moving on our jail, and want to keep going out there. And there's going to be cost to that. We've been paying it as we've been going, but there's going to be more to be paid to make those projects work. And then today, talking about emergencies, the drought, tree mortality, flooding, you're responding to the needs of your constituents, but it's not all paid for by state and federal funds. There's a lot of county dollars into it, and again, we had a good discussion about that today. You could stop right here, just looking at those commitments, and that's where a lot of our staff time and financial resources are going to be in the coming years. I know even this weekend, in each of these areas, spent some time talking with Debbie Batista, our auditor controller, about some of her concerns in there. Have we counted all the costs? Can we really fit all this into our budget? Good questions, and that's part of I think I forgot the term you used earlier, Randy, that are we oversubscribed in the general fund or however you put it. That's part of our budget forecasting and our management. We're going to have to look at that. So these are commitments, but then we have these other priorities. Again, looking at what you had identified here, and these are not necessarily in priority order in your category A's, but general plan adoption and implementation, a point that's been made. It's one thing, make sure you get the general plan right, but then you have to implement it. And from lessons learned in the past, I've seen us falter a bit when we got to adopting something, but then we have to have the staff time, resource, and priority to follow through and make sure that it's implemented consistent with your vision of your general plan. I picked just a few words because the board spent a lot of time talking about development and the viability of development and using our dashboard and tracking that, streamlining what we can. And if we streamline properly, then that should be reflected in our dashboard as we measure our responsiveness to development applications and permitting and inspection and so forth. And if we're doing our jobs right and streamlining our processes, doing what we must but no more and doing efficiently, that should help with the viability of our building industry in our community. And this was repeated a lot in your discussions here on influences and what your priorities were. Road maintenance, we've talked about, again, the need. It's not just a county issue, it's a state issue, it's a federal issue. Your board has been, speaking into the federal and state level of that. We talked about should we also be having a discussion locally and have the board take the leadership in having that discussion in whatever form it takes. And that's something that you said we need to have that discussion. The forest plan and natural resources. Some of these actually are prior year things as well. Water and energy regulation. Marijuana ordinances, both the medical marijuana, but also commercial, which dips our toe into the recreational use that was just approved. But very importantly, and this is new, and I know your board is very, very purposeful again, is in the area of employee development. And you wanted me to work with the department heads in creating a new value statement, that it's that important to this board to create an environment that values and delivers on the development of our employees for the betterment of themselves, the organization, and for the community that we live in. And that could be ongoing opportunities to grow our staff in the areas of technical training, supervisory, management, and leadership. And so I thought that was your board speaking. We've never had that level of discussion about this topic. And that's a huge change, and again, showing the value that you put into your employees, consistent with what some of your comments earlier. Your priority B categories, I wish I'd seen a few more down here, but it's okay. It is what it is. Evaluation, we were talking about the importance of like our building maintenance staffing. Let's just get a few more bodies here and take care of some things we know that need to get done. But at the same time, we need to go back. Some of these buildings are getting a bit aged, and we need to look at their core infrastructure. But priority first is let's just deal with the day-to-day maintenance, get some more people on it, but still evaluate those systems. And also, we heard a bit about the need for vehicle and fleet replacement, and we need to look at that and come up with a program. And then last but certainly not least on the radar is our health and human services and the possible federal and state changes. That's huge with the new administration talking about, changing up Obamacare, potentially repealing or at least at minimum making major changes to it. That can put health care not only here, state, but nation on its ear and change things. And again, that's not a commentary, it's just a fact. It can make major changes in how we do health care in our community. That could change our organization, how we do what we do, with the programs that we manage ourselves, but also in conjunction with our other players in the medical arena in our community, such as Sonora Regional Medical, the different clinics that we have, and so forth. So that's my attempt at a summation of, after coming through all that discussion, our commitments, our top priorities, things to look for the future. The plan would be for me to come back and put that into the form of board goals. At that time, we can massage those things because there may be things that, in reflection, I'd like to tweak this, add that, take this off, and then adopt that and make sure that then we've got your management team with all your departments, yours truly, making sure we're pointed at what you want us pointed at and we're delivering it, and make sure we're coming back and giving you regular updates on our progress. So with that, I will end my report, and this is just an informational presentation.
Supervisor Hanfield.
Yeah, I want to thank you for this, and I want to thank the board and the staff. This is a really good discussion. 6 years ago, when I came to the board, I clearly didn't know as much about what was going on as I do today.
And do you still?
Pardon? Well, you're giving me a bad time again, Supervisor Gray. Yes, he is, always. But I don't know that I would have felt. In fact, I didn't feel very good about where we were focused on our priorities as a team. I don't know that I would have called us a high-performing unit. Today, I believe our people are performing above and beyond. We're doing more as a government unit serving our constituents than this county, I think, has ever done. We've taken some of it has been brought on by things beyond our control, and that is the emergencies, obviously. And we've had 4 of them. Room fire, can't leave that out. But I think we're also taking on more things. We've established our priorities, and we put our people as one of our priorities, where I'm not sure. I think it was unwritten, but I think we're clearly trying to make that statement now, and I'm very proud of the staff right on down the line for the effort they're putting in. They're real passion and commitment. We've said some of that before, but I mean, you look at that list, and there's a lot more to it. And we're working not only in county, but we're working outside the county at the state and federal level to make the priorities of rural counties, not just Tuolumne County, known. So I'm very proud to be part of the organization. I'm proud of our people, and I just want them to know that.
Supervisor Gray.
Good summation. Often I think all of us supervisors have been asked, what do I get for my tax dollar? And I hope that some of those people that ask that question will be looking at the board meeting that we're having today and just take a look at all the things that your county is involved in. And the job that the staff does is phenomenal to get us through just half of what's on that wall. We know it's not all-inclusive. There's a whole bunch more going on than just right there. But if the people out there do have the time, please watch this board meeting. I know I'm speaking to an audience that are watching now or are going to watch it. They always do, but tell your friends. County government is engaged, and county staff is doing a tremendous job to bring services to you. So please watch.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'm going to try to not repeat some things that I've already said today in different things. But first of all, from my perspective, the time that we spent, and I mean we, the total county, spent on this exercise this year and every year that we've done this, is the most valuable, for me, the most valuable time that we have all year. Okay, the opportunity to communicate both ways with our county leadership, staff leadership, and to hear their concerns, to hear their challenges, to celebrate their successes is, again, it's the most important thing that, as far as I'm concerned, that we do all year long. Because it sets the tone, it sets the direction and everything for the year ahead. I hope it comes through very loud and clear, and you can credit CEO Craig Pedro for elevating it to the level. We were talking around it a whole lot, but that new vision statement. I hope that says a lot about how important the county staff is to this board, okay? And making them, giving them the opportunity to get better at what they do, make them more competitive. And you know what? If you can go someplace else and get a better professional opportunity, we'll find somebody to replace you. I'm not afraid of making people so competitive that we might lose them. The people are more important to me than worrying about how we're going to fill a slot. We'll fill that slot. So I hope that every one of our county leaders, all of our department heads, all of the people that supervise people, when we create that vision statement, and even before, take to heart what we're trying to do. There's nothing more important that we do than develop our people. And I think that came through loud and clear, and I'm really proud of that. The fact just to be a part of that. So again, this is very, very important. Our people are incredibly productive. And as I've said already, in some very trying circumstances with a lot of emergencies, a lot of bargaining negotiations, a lot of other things that are a little bit above and beyond what the normal staff has to deal with on a daily basis. And thank you very much for that. And it was a great summation, Greg, so thank you for that.
Welcome.
I don't really have much to say, except for I really value these retreats. It's a great opportunity to take a break and step back, come together as a group and look at the big picture. It's always nice. It's refreshing for me to refocus on those things. It's so easy to get sucked into the minutia of all the little issues that pop up on our radar that don't all have as big of an impact on our overall vision and objectives as a board and as a county. So I appreciate the staff taking their time out of their day to show up, and Craig and the board. So it's always a really important thing.
So I would echo the comments of my colleagues, and just to emphasize this point with staff and the public and how important these conversations are for us. We talked collectively, and I think unanimously agreed that there is so much information to share that we can't do it in a day and a half, and we actually want to be able to expand those conversations next year and incorporate a 2-day process, because this is so valuable and there is so much information that is shared. And so I believe that we'll incorporate that change next year. And thank you, Mr. Pedro, for your synopsis, and very well done.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment? Let's ask for that. All right. Will the clerk please read item 23?
Consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance to correct a clerical error in ordinance number 3305.
Ms. Carrillo.
Yes. Since Ms. Drivdahl's not in here, I'll go ahead and... Oh, there she is. I'll let her take it.
Ms. Drivdahl. Thank you for coming back.
Breathe.
So, sorry. You actually adopted an ordinance 3305 on December 20th, and there were 2 typos in the ordinance that we need to fix. So this is the ordinance to fix the typos. And so on that basis, I'm asking you to waive the first reading. Oh. Sorry.
I recommend sprint training for her.
Yeah.
And I think some physical fitness training for, there we go.
So we're masters at sending messages.
Distracted on it by another issue, so sorry. No, running.
All right.
So I move. Are you looking for a motion?
Any questions? Any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back. Motion by
Move that we waive the first reading of ordinance to correct a clerical error in ordinance number 3305.
Second.
We need to set the hearing, set the second reading for the next meeting also.
Second reading for the next meeting.
Second. Motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Hanfeld. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 24.
Reports.
I will start down with Ms. Creel.
Okay, during the last few weeks, last week, Carlin did the annual Brown Act training. It was very well attended. We have participated in webinars on marijuana, on code compliance, on retention schedules, and we have worked with CAO's office on the drought well program and the tree mortality or the SRA grant issues. And also did some work for the probation department on their juvenile hall, and as you all know, working on some litigation matters as well. Thank you.
Supervisor Rutherford.
No report.
Supervisor Royce.
Just short, more of an announcement than report. I have office hours in Groveland at the second Monday of the month from 9 to 11. It's been working out real well. We've been running over most of the time, but that's okay. It would be helpful if people did make an appointment so I know how much time to be there. And also that I've had a number of meetings, and the office is working out great with people in the mornings when they can't make the second Monday. So if you wish to make an appointment, please do so. Just use the county number 533-5521 to leave me a message. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, as you and Supervisor Rutherford know, because you came, and I thank you for that, on January 18th I was sworn in as the second vice president of RCRC. I also accepted a position as one of the two, officially they're CSAC delegates to WIR, but one of them is given to RCRC to make that designation, and I took that assignment. And those two assignments will require me to travel on behalf of RCRC outside the state. One will be to the National Legislative Conference in Washington later this month. Another will be to the annual meeting of NACO, which will be in Ohio, and then there's a WR meeting in it's late April, 1st of May timeframe. It's in Oregon. And so we'll bring back a resolution. By the way, RCRC pays for all that. The county doesn't have to pay for any of that. But we'll bring back a resolution at the next meeting so that you can authorize me to travel outside the state. And to report.
Mr. Pedro.
Yeah, three things. One is in the area of the biologists of record, we have been directed to be back to this board meeting, with kind of like the conclusion of that process. However, there's a subcommittee or ad hoc committee, I think is the term for looking at that. We're now looking at using the prior process with some additional information to come back to this board at a time in the future where we might have two biologists of record, one that would deal with local development issues and another one that would look at the broader state and federal type of issues that we have based on that discussion. So just mainly want to let you know we knew we were supposed to come back, but working with the chair and Supervisor Hanvelt, we were changing that process slightly, and that's just to give you an idea of what we're up to.
Again, recognizing that the RFP was so broad.
Right. So we're just trying to hone it down and make it as effective as we can for the organization. Also, just wanted to mention, if you weren't aware, this reminded me of as President Obama was coming in, ARA, came out, and that was kind of like a stimulus of sorts. And the Trump administration has sought out requests for road projects that might be shovel ready from different communities. And we've, through the TCTC, put in, I believe the two that got submitted were funding for the ramps at Standard, the 2 legs that had not been completed, and also the Gardella Ranch Road, which is necessary at the Law and Justice Center. It'll serve 2 important functions. One is immediately important to the Sheriff's Department. If we were to put a Sheriff's Admin Center out there, a mitigation to the environmental impacts of that project was building Gardella Ranch Road. And that could be anywhere in the 12 to 14 million realm. So if we can get, if there is something like an ARA that could come up through the Trump administration and they would fund it, and we are shovel ready on this thing, then that'd be huge, because we need that before we can even talk about the cost of a building for a new sheriff, admin facility. The second part of it is it would be a huge benefit to regional circulation to that part of the county, and make things work a whole lot better in that whole area. And then last point is just that Chief White and I will be attending another insurance forum sponsored through the State Tree Mortality Task Force. I'm particularly excited about this one because now we will have the 2 premier computer programs that they're using. One is CoreLogic, and the other one I'm blitzing on now, but it's the one through ISO that they've been using, but I call it the eye in the sky, that we know used as a tool unto itself to make that can have such a big impact on the insurance rates that people pay is wrong. In tandem with groundproofing and things like that, that's another matter. But I'm excited because they have representatives from both of those organizations that will be there to participate in a discussion, and for the first time we'll have CAL FIRE's best, so the fire folks who know that product well, what it does or doesn't mean, real time on the ground, will be present and be able to engage in that conversation. So Chief White and I'll be traveling up together to participate in that forum to continue the fight for affordable insurance for our residents.
Does the clerk have a report? Right, and the only thing I'd like to report on is that on the Vision Sonora January 26th meeting, they did vote to move those meetings to the second Thursday of the month, beginning on March 9th, and you can find those agendas at the city website. With that, I believe meeting is adjourned. Thank you.